This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you. It is now 11:18 a.m. on July 16, 2021. This is the start of session 24 in the appeal hearing Uzdp 2019-00562. And I would just make a note that session 23 really turned out to be nothing but a few minutes of IT confusion. But there was a recording being made, and so I want to give it a segment, a session number, just so that we're not accused later of dropping something out. So this is session 24. Ms. Koloshkova, I believe you were close to ending your cross-examination. Mr. Pyle, just a reminder, you're still under oath.
And Mr. Examiner, if I may, I was just cutting and pasting, trying to log back in. Did I hear that there was a decision made that we're just going until 5 p.m.?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pyle, just the last question for you now that we're finally all back together. Could you tell me whose decision was it in the city to stop the Sdca review component of the project?
That was a team decision as part of the denial that my understanding, based on our read of the Sdca rules and in consult with our city legal counsel and in consult with the full Sdca team that we have, that it does not constitute an action. So therefore it does not require a Sdca threshold determination be issued.
And you were part of that team?
I was.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions for the witness. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few things I'd like to ask before we see if Mr. Eglick has any redirect for you. Yesterday, Mr. Pyle, I asked Mr. Hankins a couple of questions about documents. And did he know the origin of them? Did he know if they had been adopted? And there were two of them he didn't know. He suggested that I ask Ms. Hildy. You're here first and you're her boss, so maybe you know. My first question relates to a document that I found on the website. All of that was explained yesterday, called the Green Spine Design Companion. Are you familiar with that document?
I am familiar with it as a user.
Do you know when it was prepared?
I do not know the history behind how it came to be when it was prepared.
Okay. Do you know if it was it adopted by the city council to the best of your knowledge, or by anybody?
To my knowledge right now, no, I'm not aware of how that process occurred. I'd have to do some research to determine that. Ms. Hildy might be the best one to ask, as she is our town center expert and dedicated towards town center related activities.
Thank you. And I kind of have the feeling that my second one's probably going to get me the same answer. The Green Spine Guide, that has a date of August 2nd, 2018 on the bottom right corner of the pages. Do you know anything about that?
I do not know the origin of that document either, and I would suggest that would be something Ms. Hildy could also respond to, as she probably was involved in the creation of that document.
Okay, thank you. I have a recollection that I think it was before in fact, it might have been a couple of years before the COVID pandemic hit us all, that the city had instituted a moratorium on development applications based on traffic impact concerns. First, I guess I should ask, is that recollection reasonably accurate? Was there such a moratorium?
There was a moratorium on applications for traffic concurrency certificates.
And is that moratorium still going?
That moratorium has been repealed as of Thursday night, effective on July 21st.
Okay. Is there, I think I asked Mr. Hankins this, and I don't recall that he was 100% sure of his answer. Is there a provision in the city code that in any way bars reapplication for the same or similar use on the same piece of property for some period of time after a denial has been issued?
Not specifically related to a denial. However, there is a requirement that an applicant first go through a pre-application conference prior to making application unless waived by the director or designee.
Okay. But there's no bar. As I mentioned yesterday in asking the question of him, I'm aware of some cities having like a 6-month bar. The applicant just can't keep shoving the same application into the hopper, getting a denial and turning right around and shoving it back at you.
I'm not aware of any such provision that precludes reapplication.
Okay. There was some testimony yesterday, I think it was yesterday, might have been day before, that seemed to indicate that there had been a very short amount of time for the staff to look at the pre-app submittal before the pre-app meeting. I think the testimony was that the pre-app submittal design and supporting materials came in sometime in like mid-April of 2019, and the pre-app was in late May of 2019. Is there something in the code that specifies that time period between when the applicant files for a pre-app and when they actually have the pre-app meeting? Is that called out in code?
I believe that it is, and I'm actually navigating into Title 20 right now in an attempt to find that provision.
Okay.
This is under title, it's Sammamish Municipal Code section 20.05.030, item 1, subitem B, pre-application conference. And it goes on to say the pre-application conference shall be scheduled by the department at the request of an applicant and shall be held in a timely manner within 30 days from the date of the applicant's request. The director may waive the requirement for a pre-application conference if it is determined to be unnecessary for review of an application. Except as provided in subsection 5 of this section, nothing in this section shall be interpreted to require more than one pre-application conference or to prohibit the applicant from filing an application if the department is unable to schedule a pre-application conference within 30 days of the applicant's request. The provisions of sections 2 through 5 of this section apply only to the pre-application conference and do not apply to the feasibility conference.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, does the Uzdp requirement apply to all zones within the town center?
No, it does not.
And what subset of zones does it apply to?
I'd have to look at the code specifically. My understanding is it applies to the A zones, although that is a response that I would say would be best delivered from Ms. Hildy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Redlick, any redirect?
Yes, sir. Let me scroll back in my notes. Mr. Pyle, again, thank you for bearing with us. You were asked about completeness determination, and I think you said there were two. Can you first of all explain what a completeness what is a completeness determination in terms of your understanding as a planner?
Yeah, so generally a completeness determination is something that is made on a project after an applicant has submitted. There is actually a requirement as part of the process that the city reviews an application that is submitted by an applicant, and within a certain number of days following submittal, the city is required to issue to the applicant a determination of completeness. If the city determines the application to be incomplete, the city is required to issue a letter to the applicant outlining why the application is incomplete and what items are required for completeness, setting a date for resubmittal by the applicant. At which time the applicant resubmits, the city then is given a certain number of days to re-review the application for completeness. And if it is complete, then required to issue a letter of completeness to the applicant. If it is found to be incomplete, the whole process is repeated over again.
If an applicant submits an application that represents, and you were talking about that code provision, that represents that it owns all the property for which it's submitted an application, is the determination of completeness process the time at which you sleuth out and find out whether that's true?
No, what we've done is we've included as a submittal item an affidavit regarding ownership. And if the applicant signs the affidavit attesting to the fact that they own or control all of the property under review with the application, we generally don't go much farther than that. Understanding that most applications we receive for development proposals have thousands of pages of documents in them, and a completeness review is not something where we would complete review of all of those pages. We would generally look to see that the application included all of the documents required. However, we are not actually doing a content review of those applications for adequacy.
Okay, I'd like to, and thank you, and I'd like to turn to another topic. You were asked a series of questions by Stca counsel asking about, could you remand for this or that issue? And the way the questions were asked was a little bit different than how I want to ask it. You were asked, could you, is it possible with an instruction fix A or B? For an instruction that says fix A or B to be meaningful, for example, for pedestrian orientation of streets, would there be any other skeins in the ball that would become unraveled and have to be addressed also? If you see what I'm asking.
Yeah, yes. Any, one design change could and tends to generally, not always, cause for other design changes to be made. So there are ripple implications or reverberations through the design when changes are made, especially when changes are made around the form or design of core components of a design.
Okay, so to be very blunt about it, when you answered, well, yes, you could do a remand instruction on this factor or that factor, you weren't suggesting that is a good idea or necessarily even in the end a feasible idea, were you?
No, my sense is that any one of those items listed could be something that could be addressed through a remand. However, when you start to stack the list of items that were listed out, there are larger implications to the project design. We have seen remands from the hearing examiner on one specific issue in the past. However, I am not aware of remands that require a comprehensive redesign of a project that includes multiple items with direction on multiple items.
Okay, thank you. Could you put, you were talking with Stca counsel about Exhibit 1012, and I think the page that was put up on the screen refers to the town center plan. Could we put up a town center plan, page 15 on the screen? Is that possible, please?
I don't have that available to me on my desktop here. I apologize.
Well, you don't need to apologize, but that's why I'm hoping we can do a screen. It looks like we can. It'll just take us a minute. And if we could.
That is Bates page 19. For those who are keeping track that way. Or actually not a Bates page, it'd be a PDF page 19. This document is Bates numbered.
And I assume we don't have the whole plan, and it doesn't sound like you have it handy, but is the plan just about the zone is this plan just about the zone in which this Uzdp is located?
No, it is not.
If you look at the middle paragraph on this page, which is titled Focus Mixed Use Development into Village Centers, is any of this paragraph referencing the zone in which this proposed Uzdp is located more specifically than the plan as a whole? And take a minute to read it.
It is that paragraph is making reference to the geographic area, which is the project limits of where this Uzdp is proposed.
And is that in the what it's calling the? It says the city's most intense development up to 6 stories is encouraged in this primary mixed use quote core quote. Is that what we're talking about for this project area?
That is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. You were asked about a number of different ways why there weren't 2 sets or 2 rounds of review comments. Is there a requirement that you're aware of that you provide, that the department provide more than 1 round of review comments?
I'm not of any code requirement or a standing policy to provide more than 1 round of review comments.
And is there a requirement that the department meet as often with an applicant as the department met with the applicant in this Uzdp?
There is not.
I think you, in response to a question from Sdca counsel, you said, well, you've seen applications with 1 round of review, I think you said, and you've seen some with 12. Were you suggesting that 12 was an appropriate approach?
I was not. 12, in my experience with a 12 round of review application, it tended to be something where it was kind of like a football game that was really down to the 1 yard line, and the ball was, it was not really moving in either direction. And the city staff would say, we need you to do this, and the applicant would basically resubmit the same thing with some minor changes made to it. And it would just keep going. It was ineffective. It was a misuse of city staff time. It was expensive for the applicant. And when working with staff at the city of Sammamish, our goal is to front load the development application process with pre-application meetings and as much opportunity to meet with the applicant as possible to give them as much information as we can before they apply. Our objective, which is difficult to meet, is a first review decision. And that is really what we're after. So we have really tried to shift the focus of the development review process to the pre-application process to ensure an applicant has information about what is required of them, and that they have given us a preliminary design for us to review as part of a pre-application meeting process.
Okay, thank you. I think at some point you were talking with Sdca council and you said, well, the decision could have gone either way. And the Uzdp decision, of course, we know it can because the code says you can approve it or issue a decision the other way. But can you explain what you meant by it could have gone either way, or it was a close question? I forget what the exact phraseology was.
Yeah, our review of that application resulted in a list of areas where we felt there was nonconformity or non-compliance with the city's code and with past directions that had been given to the applicant. And based on that list and range of issues, we didn't see substantial progress towards a design that was moving towards compliance. And it could have resulted in a very lengthy and very detailed corrections letter, but we were unsure if the applicant would then listen to our corrections at that time. So really the question was, well, is this going to go anywhere? Or is this going to be something that becomes one of those 12 rounds of review because the applicant is seemingly unwilling to listen to what the city offers in terms of corrections? So what we ended up deciding is that based on the range and extent of issues as outlined in Exhibit 1 in the staff report, that the project was so far from compliance that we could not approve it. And we went ahead and issued a denial because we felt like that was the option that was in front of us that made the most sense given the status of the project, the history of communication and coaching, if you will, for the applicant, and what we were left with in terms of the design that we had for review.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other redirect questions at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Koloskova, any recross?
I do. Just one question. You just said, Mr. Powell, I believe you just testified you weren't sure if the applicant would listen. So I guess if you weren't sure, then why wouldn't you just contact the applicant and tell them the denial's coming?
What would that achieve?
Are you asking me to answer your question?
I think it's rhetorical.
Yeah, perhaps you could phrase your answer as a statement.
We were unsure what that would achieve.
Okay, thank you.
That it? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Pyle. Appreciate it. Mr. Eglick, whom do you wish to have speak next?
Ms. Hildy, should we take our lunch break now, or we're not going to get very far, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm game to have early lunch. Why not? It's 11:42. We stand at recess until 12:45. We are at recess.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you and welcome back. It's 12:46 p.m. on July 16, 2021. This is session 25 in the appeal hearing for Uzdp 2019-00562. Mr. Eglick, you may call your next witness.
That will be Kelly Hildy.
Ms. Hilda, if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please tell us your name and how to spell it for the record.
Sure. Kelly Hildy, Kellye Hilde.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Eglick.
Thank you. Ms. Hildy, looking at Exhibit 44, which is your resume, is that an accurate recounting of your experience and credentials?
It is.
Okay. I'm going to go over it in summary fashion nonetheless. Do you have a 4-year degree?
I do.
And where is it from and in what?
My degree is from Washington State University. It's a Bachelor's of Landscape Architecture.
And are you licensed in landscape architecture in the state of Washington?
I am.
Okay. And what is your current position with the city?
I am the Deputy Director of Community Development.
And what are your responsibilities as the Deputy Director?
I oversee town center planning and development, as well as code compliance and long-range planning.
Okay. What prior positions have you had with the city?
Prior to my deputy role, I was the planning manager in DCD from 2017 to 2020. And prior to that, I was the Parks Project Manager in the Parks Department from 2009 to 2017.
Okay, so Parks Project Manager, is that like figuring out where the picnic tables go and that sort of thing?
It's a little bit more than that. I was responsible for developing and overseeing the planning, design, and construction of parks capital improvement projects, and such as neighborhood and community parks, nature preserves, trails, and multi-use sports fields.
So actually overseeing design of entire parks?
Yes.
Can you give an example?
Evans Creek Preserve and Big Rock Phase 1.
Okay. When did you first become involved with Town Center?
2016.
And can you explain, I guess, how you became involved and the chronology of your involvement?
Sure. In early 2016, I started working with department leadership on developing a set of short-term, moderate, and long-term implementation strategies to support town center planning projects. These strategies were presented to City Council in May 2016.
Can I ask you to go a little bit slower because I'm trying to take notes
sure.
and also keep your voice up.
Oh, okay, sorry.
All right,
Thank you.
But I guess the examiner will let us know if we're blasting out. But anyway, okay, thank you. Go ahead, and I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah. On May 2016, Evan Maxim and I were directed to co-manage the implementation of the short-term strategies that were presented to City Council.
That's for Town Center?
Mm-hmm, for
Go ahead.
Town Center. Mr. Maxim left the city on June 9th, so instead of co-managing, it was solo managing those strategies. I took on the management of the implementation strategies with support from consultants and senior planners who took the lead on development review.
And have you participated in meetings concerning Town Center?
Yes.
And starting approximately when?
2016, June 2016 to be more specific.
So it sounds as if the 5 days of hearing we've had kind of pale in comparison to your Town Center involvement. And yes, that is editorializing. If anyone, I strike it if anyone objects to it. But can you give us an idea of how many hours you've spent since you first became involved with Town Center on Town Center?
Yeah, hundreds of hours working on Town Center planning and working with the development community. And
could you give us an estimate of the number of meetings?
With the development community as a whole, or specify with Stca? Could you clarify?
Could you estimate both? And I realize that may be a tall order.
Yeah, I'd say around 75 meetings with the development community for Town Center since 2016.
Okay. And pulling back a little bit from just you with city staff as a whole over the years, any estimate on how many hours city staff as a whole, I don't know if that's a has or a have, spent on Town Center?
I would say it's a has, and I would say hundreds of hours on Town Center.
Okay. Was there a time when you started meeting, you know, what we're here about today is the Uzdp appeal filed by Stca. Can you give us an idea of when you first had a meeting with Stca concerning Town Center?
Yes, I would say that was early June 2016.
And what was the purpose of the meeting, if you can recall?
Yes, the purpose of the meeting was introductions. I do believe Mr. Maxim was in that meeting, so it was prior to him leaving. It was getting to know Stca, so staff and Stca introductions.
Okay. And did the personnel involved for Stca change over the years?
No.
Okay. And was Mr. Brennan part of that initial meeting?
He was.
Okay. Now, focusing more specifically on this Uzdp, you have any recollection of when you started discussing that with Stca?
It was about early spring 2018. Stca requested a meeting with staff to review a design proposal for south of Southeast 4th Street. They provided some schematic design and was interested in, talking further about that proposal.
Okay. Were there meetings subsequent to the one you just described?
With Stca?
Yes.
Yes.
And can you recall next meeting?
So yes, we actually did a set of 2s and 3s meetings with our city council. Again, this is at the request of Stca to kind of present their concept to our city council at the time and answer questions. Those happened at the end of May, so I want to say May 29th, 30th, and 31st. It was a series of meetings.
Can I interrupt you for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. So you said, just for the record, what's 2s and 3s?
2s and 3s are the number of city council members. So to avoid a quorum, we'd have one set of meetings with 3 city council members, another set of meetings with another 3 city council members, and then last set with 2.
Okay. And were these meetings at your request or suggestion?
I do not recall. So I think this was at the suggestion of Stca.
So they suggested that they meet with city council members?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present for those meetings?
I was.
Okay. And was Peter Brennan present, for example, for the city council meetings, if you can recall?
I believe he was.
Okay. And I know there have been other people involved, but can you confirm Mr. Brennan's testimony yesterday that he was, in your experience, the lead spokesperson for Stca?
Yes, I can confirm that.
Okay, could you look at the chronology on the decision, Exhibit 1, page 3, please? And you see the chronology starts May 23, 2019.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it sounds as if your testimony is that there were meetings prior to May 23, 2019 among or between the city and Sdca concerning its upcoming pre-application. Is that correct?
Yes.
So would it be accurate to say that even this chronology, which lists a number of interactions and so on, doesn't really list all of the interactions about this application, this UZDP application, or the pre-application for this UZDP with Sdca?
That is correct.
Okay. Oops, sorry. Let me just take a note here. Could you remind me again, how long have you been working in the Department of, is it Community Development?
It is Community Development.
Okay, how long have you been working in the department?
Officially, starting in February 2017, unofficially, meaning I wasn't an actual full-time employee in Community Development, starting in May 2016.
Okay, and as a park planner, did you also have interaction with the Department of Community Development?
I did.
Okay, so based on that experience, are you aware of any other project proposal in the city that received the amount of, I don't know what you're supposed to call it, but I'll call it front-end department time that was devoted to the Stca project?
No, I do not know.
Okay, and if we look at the page 3 of Exhibit 1, it gives some of the chronology, but I want to ask a question that kind of maybe fills in a little of the blank. Did Sdca ever make you aware of any timing concerns they had with regard to submission of what I'll call their formal pre-application? In other words, when they actually submitted for a city pre-application process.
As I recall, they wanted to submit their application before the 2019 election. Their pre-app, from data pre-app to the pre-app is valid for 180 days, and I think that took them to November 19th, which we reminded them that they did have until November 19th, 2019, but they did want to get their application in before the election.
Okay. And did they explain why that was necessary?
No, they did not.
Okay. When was the pre-app submitted? That was April 2019, is that right?
Yes, that's what the pre-app was actually submitted on April 8th, 2019.
Okay, and when you had pre-application discussions with Sdca, was Green Spine and the City Square among the items discussed?
Yes,
or the topics discussed, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I stepped on your answer. I'm speaking
Yes.
to my own witness, too. It's terrible. Okay, thanks. So that's a yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Okay, maybe take a look at Exhibit 51, please.
Can someone grab me Exhibit 51, please? Yeah, if we can put it up on the screen, I don't have it available.
That's the recently added pre-app submittal package.
Yes. So I guess, is there a particular place in Exhibit 51 that would show us a preliminary site plan for the pre-application preliminary site plan?
Yes. Are we bringing that up? Yeah, please.
And what would that be?
That would, I will need to see it would be a site plan. They included some preliminary grading plans. So the civil plans were in the front end of that exhibit. We'd need to navigate to the site plan, illustrative site plans. Okay. Oh, is this exhibit 1 or 51? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Now I see what 51 is. Yeah, could we scroll down, please?
Where do you want to scroll to?
Right to the bottom of the page so we can, up, so we can see the city square on the city's Notch property. Okay. Does everyone see that? Okay, so, and can you repeat your question, please?
Well, I was kind of getting to it.
Microphone, please.
Sorry, I was kind of getting to it. I was going to ask you whether there were any particular items on the preliminary site plan that were notable in terms of the city square question.
May I ask a question? Don't I remember that there is an exhibit or a page in Exhibit 51 that has the building placements depicted, etc.? I thought there was one. I don't have it up, and it'll take me a while to get to it, but I thought I remembered that from the...
Yeah, 51 is 30 pages.
It's 30 pages long, yeah.
Yes.
That I do remember.
Well, maybe we can talk about the city square, and by then maybe we'll be able to find what else we might need. But I did want to start with this, if I could.
Okay. What page is this? Page 1?
I think that's page 27, isn't it? Is it page 27?
Now the problem is the slide shows that it's 1 of 1, but that may have been because somebody excerpted it as a standalone document. I'm going to the Dropbox site now for exhibit. Yeah, page 1 is text on the exhibit.
On
Page
mine
1.
it shows.
Okay, you're saying page 28?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see.
So is the correct page number 27 or 28, just to be clear on what we're looking at here?
I don't know, my computer just froze. Okay. I have it as page 28.
Okay.
Right.
And are you pulling it up off of what?
Exhibit 51.
Okay. Well, it's either 27 or 28. I'm not sure why the discrepancy. We have it two different ways.
Why don't we try page 19? And this is a big document, so I'm having some trouble loading it.
Yeah. I'm trying to download it so I can manipulate it better, but it's going slowly.
Okay, let's see what page 19.
And can we zoom out a little bit, please?
think I did this yesterday.
It's
Okay.
mm.
What page?
No.
28.
28?
28, please.
No,
That's the picture that you showed us first. Yes. And 28 is sheet CSL.05 down in the lower right-hand corner. That's the original sheet number in the Shook-Kelly submittal. I think the sheet I was thinking of is page 27. That's the one I remember seeing when I was looking at this the other evening. It just depends on
this one.
what you're trying to show me.
Okay. And if you can scroll up just a little bit, please. Yes. Yes. Okay, and if we can scroll. Okay, perfect. That does work.
Okay, and I think, now we have an echo. I don't know why we have an echo all of a sudden, but anyway, I think it's page 27.
And you sound a little muffled too.
The tech wizard is in here and just told me to keep talking. So
You're
I guess
clearer now than you were a minute ago. Keep going.
Okay.
Yep. Keep going.
Okay, let's give it a try. Okay. So, Ms. Hildy, can you kind of explain to us how you interpret this in terms of the city square, this page 27 of Exhibit 51?
Yes. In the pre-application, Stca proposed to put the city square on the city's Notch property. They also proposed one-way streets on either side of the city square, Notch property, with adjacent parking.
Okay, and did the city have any comment on that?
Yes, we did. Let me go actually refer to my notes, so give me a minute, please. So,
were you referring to Exhibit 9 at page 5?
I was.
Okay.
So we commented that the city square is a public open space as defined in SMC 21B 30090-1G, and because it is an public open space, that parking adjacent to the park was not allowed. Stca was told to remove the parking on the park side of streets A, B, and C, which are not identified on this plan, but those would be the streets just to the west of the city square and east, and I believe to the north, where number 7 indicates. We also commented on their green spine space located between 5 and 6, and that it really did look like a private, semi-private open space. And as a major component of the green spine, it needed to be designed to intentionally draw pedestrians in and through the space, and should be welcoming for those not living or shopping in the surrounding buildings. On page...
Let me interrupt you for a minute here. And this is for the record for maybe the non-cognoscenti who may be reading this transcript sometime. You said on 5 and 6, you mean blocks 5 and 6, right?
Blocks 5 and 6, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And then on, again, Exhibit 9, page 12 is where Parks and Recreation gave their comments. And they, their review included that the city square was located, the city square needed to be included as part of the Uzdp, that any further improvements on this parcel need to be negotiated through an agreement between the applicant and the city. And then pursuant to the MOU.
I'm sorry, may I just ask in this document, what section on page 12 is the testimony relating to?
The Parks and Recreation review comments.
She's referring to Exhibit 9.
I'm on Exhibit 9, but we have the witnesses have been testifying as to specific subsections and sections, and I'm just curious if the witness could do what the other ones did, which is identify which actual sections they're testifying about.
I should see if I incorrectly reference it. I apologize. You are right. That should be on page 9 of, or 19 of Exhibit 9. Sorry for that confusion. Update my notes, so if we come back to this, I refer to the page number correctly.
And I think in part, what Ms. Koloshkov is asking for is for you to identify the item number on each page.
Okay. I will do that for sure. So, so the first one on the first item, number 1, under Parks and Recreation Review Comments, Exhibit 9, page 19, that the proposal includes several infrastructure improvements, including street and utility improvements on the city-owned parcel identified as the city square, referred to as the town center plaza by the city on the plans, and therefore this parcel needs to be included in the Uzdp. Further, any improvements shown on this parcel need to be negotiated through an agreement between the applicant and the city. Comment 4, the City Square Town Center Plaza is intended to serve as the primary open space of the green spine, framed by bustling storefronts, cafes, businesses spilling into the public realm. To activate the space with people as located in the town center infrastructure plan. The proposed site plan shows townhomes and live-work residential units to the west and an open lot with grading and infrastructure only to the east. Explain how the City Square Town Center Plaza, isolated by streets and parking and surrounded by residential uses, would serve as an engaging public amenity and enjoy the vibrancy envisioned in the Sammamish Town Center plan. Note 12 on the same page, same exhibit. Pursuant to the MOU, the green spine is identified as a topic of further discussion and possible future agreements, including the width and type of uses to be included in the green spine. An agreement between the city and applicant must be consistent with applicable code requirements. And the last note, 13, if the applicant wishes to further discuss design alternatives for the green spine prior to submitting a UZDP application, the city requests that additional information be provided demonstrating compliance with Title 21B, SMC, and the Town Center Infrastructure Plan. And these are some very specific comments. There was a whole page of comments from the Parks and Recreation Department reviewing this pre-application site plan.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. Was there a meeting with Sdca to discuss city comments?
Yes, that meeting was held on May 23rd, 2019.
And some of the items that you read, at least on the version I have of Exhibit 9, seem to be in a different color typeface. Is that indicative of anything?
Yes. So during our pre-application meeting, there are at times questions or clarifications that come up. So staff updates the meeting minutes, and we indicate where those clarifications are by noting them in red in those pre-application notes, and we then send those back to the applicant as the final review comments.
And after these final review comments were issued, was there further interaction with Sdca?
Yes, there was.
Excuse me. Before you answer that, I think I understand, but I may be confused, and I don't want to keep going on in a confused state if I can avoid it. The Exhibit 9, is that provided? Let me put it this way. What I think I'm understanding from you and the other witnesses is that there was a version of Exhibit 9 with the black print comments that was presented to the applicant either before or at the start of the pre-app meeting. And then after the pre-app meeting, the staff took the discussion and added some comments, which is what's in red. And so the version that we have in the record here, Exhibit 9, shows me in black what was given to the applicant at or before the meeting, and in red what was added to it and given to them later. Am I tracking that at all right?
That is correct.
Did they get, I'll call it the black text version, did they get the black text version when they walked into the meeting, or did they get it ahead of the meeting so they could look at it and see what was coming down the pike when they showed up for the meeting? Do you remember?
I don't remember if we did provide those ahead of time. I would need to verify that information.
But at the very least, it was provided. You come into the meeting and there it is. And the red comments got added after the meeting was all over and the discussion had been held.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead, Mr. Edwards.
No, it actually was helpful. Thank you. Was there a follow-up meeting with Stca after the issuance of the final review comments on, did you say, was it May 28, 2019?
Yes, that is
okay.
Correct.
Well, actually, let me ask you about this. Isn't it typical that the pre-application review comments would be provided a couple of days before the pre-application meeting?
Yes, it would be typical. That was our standard practice.
Okay, so you can't say 100% certainty from your own memory, but your standard practice would have been they would have been provided in advance.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Then I think I was asking, well, what happened next? Was there another meeting with Stca?
Yes, there was another meeting on August 9th, 2019, or a request to meet on August 7th, 2019.
And what was the city's response to that request?
We did schedule it for that date. We asked Stca to please submit their materials for staff review 1 week in advance of the meeting so we could be prepared to discuss their updated concept for the city square.
Okay, and just to kind of get a handle on this, I mean, even in this thing we have up on the screen, which is one page out of how many is it, 30 or something? I don't even remember. Is it 30? Yeah, thank you. I mean, these things are kind of chock full of information, aren't they?
Yes.
And what's the idea behind asking to see the next iteration 1 week in advance of meeting?
Can you clarify?
Why would you need to see it 1 week in advance of the meeting?
Yes, you know, one, to give staff time to review it, to have a chance to react and prepare for the meeting. We asked for it for 1 week. We have limited staff resources, so we're working around, you know, schedules. That is, you know, typically how we go about our meetings, is asking for materials a week ahead so we can be prepared to discuss the topic.
And then did you get the material 1 week in advance and go over them at a meeting?
Yes, we did. Or we actually got the materials 1 week ahead of time. We did not have the meeting.
And so you got the materials 1 week ahead of time, but you didn't have a meeting. How did that come about?
So the Parks and Recreation Department reviewed the concept. And do we want to bring that up? I think that is Exhibit 12. I'll verify that. But the Parks Department did review the concept. They were not satisfied with the updated concept because Stca was proposing that approximately 50% of the space on the green spine, or the city's property, the Notch property, would be allocated to full street improvements in the form of a Warnorf, with adjacent parking supporting Stca's development proposal. And I believe that's Exhibit 1025. This proposal does not comply with SMC 21B 95050 4B because it included parking adjacent to the public open space.
Microphone. Before I do anything else, you said a Warner. And that people may think that was a go-to meeting problem, but I think it's a planner term. So could you spell that out, please?
Sure, I can. It is defined in SMC 21B 15410. A Warnorf is a term originating in Holland, describing a street where pedestrians and cyclists have legal priority over motorists. Warnorfs are characterized by curbless shared spaces with traffic calming measures such as bollards and landscaping elements. Travel speeds are typically limited to 10 to 15 miles per hour.
Okay, now, and did you say how Warnorf was spelled?
I did not, but I can spell that for you. It is WOONERF.
Okay, thank you. And how did you inform Sdca of the meeting cancellation?
I sent Mr. Brennan an email.
And was it just an email, meeting canceled, goodbye, or what was it?
No, it was informing Mr. Brennan that we were canceling the meeting and that the concept that they had sent to us did not address any of the review comments discussed during the pre-application meeting, and that any private development proposed on city property could not be approved by the department. It would require an agreement proposed, an agreement. Getting my words mixed up. Proposed by Stca to the to be approved by the City Council.
Now, is that Exhibit 12?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And after you sent that email, did you hear from Mr. Brennan about the issues that had been raised in Exhibit 12?
I did not.
Okay. Okay, let's move on then. Were there any other, we seem to be making this distinction between formal comment review and meetings and discussions. So I'm not saying I accept that, but let me just say, were there any other meetings along the way for the Sdca proposal?
There were.
And when was the next one that you know of?
That I know of, I know there was a meeting on September 9th, 2019. I did not attend this meeting. I was actually out of town at a conference. I believe there was a meeting, a stormwater discussion on October 7th, 2019, and an application submittal discussion on October 29th, 2019.
So all of those that you've just described, those are all meetings by city staff with Stca?
Yes.
And typically when city meets with Sdca, is it just one person from the city meeting with Sdca? I'm just trying to figure out what the staff load or burden is. Is it usually just one person?
No, depending on the topic, it can include 2 to 5 people from a city staff.
Okay, and then I think your last date was somewhere late in October, was that right?
Yeah, that was October 29th, 2019.
Okay, then to your knowledge, what happened next?
Stca submitted their application on November 4th.
Okay, and what happened next after that?
The city staff did a completeness review to confirm that all the required documents were submitted. And I will need to refer back to Exhibit 1, the decision on page 3, just to remind myself of those dates. The completeness determination was on November 27th.
Okay. And you heard my brief colloquy with the director about what that determination consists of and so on. Did you find his description accurate?
Yes.
I guess you work for him. So.
I do.
But can you add anything? Is there anything you want to add to that in terms of what is or is not involved in a completeness review?
Director Pyle summarized that perfectly, so I have nothing to add.
May I interpose an objection as to that line of questioning? There's been no foundation laid as to Ms. Hildy's planning or permit processing experience, so perhaps we could do that first.
I'll be happy to do it, but we have her resume and her job listings, and she is the deputy director of the department. So is that really necessary?
Well, I believe it is important to cover just from the standpoint if Ms. Hildy is going to be testifying as to the planning considerations, which sounds like you're going down that road. She's testified she's a certified architect and worked with the Parks Department, so certainly understood her testimony from that direction. Her management position doesn't necessarily lend itself to particular expertise in urban planning.
I think a landscape architecture degree does involve urban planning, and she also has the substantial job experience to go with it. We've also had persons testify here who have no degree and no job experience in particular who have been giving urban planning testimony. I'd be happy to go down the road, but I think we're running the clock.
Ms. Kolosheva, your request is denied.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Hildy, I think what I was asking was there anything else with regard, well, let me ask you a different question then. Is a completeness determination a deep dive in any way?
No, it is not.
And I'm using catchy phrases. Give me your catchy phrase for what, if you have one, for what a completeness review consists of, or what it is.
I do not have a catchy phrase. I wish I could think of one off the top of my head, but it is a completeness review. It's to make sure that the applicant has submitted all the materials necessary for staff to begin its review.
Okay, so do you look behind the representation of ownership, for example, and say, well, we're gonna see if they're making that up or not?
No, we do not.
Okay. Was there, and I think we've had some mention of this from Mr. Hankins, was there is there a requirement in the code for a neighborhood meeting, an open house, something like that?
There is. For Uzdp applications, it's actually referred to in Chapter 2005 as an open house.
Okay, and I assume you had one for the Uzdp project we're talking about here today, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And there's been a certain kind of contretemps, if you want to call it that, about some allegation made by Mr. Brennan. Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to ask you straight out, did you ever hear Mr. Hankins use the word political at all in connection with this Uzdp application?
No, I have not.
Would it be fair to say that, to your knowledge, the only in-person interaction with politicians on this Uzdp application were the what you call the 2s and 3s meetings requested by Stca?
That is correct.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I think we've gone through the one comment, and the examiner otherwise has instructed the parties not to get into the political background. We've done our very best to honor that instruction from the examiner.
Well,
yes,
this is
the same.
I understand your concern, Ms. Koloshkova. Mr. Brennan did make a strongly phrased statement as to what he said, Mr. Hankins said, and I think allowing the appellant a short question or two on that subject is quite appropriate.
May I just lodge one other objection then, that I don't believe Ms. Hildy testified she was present to the conversation, so she should be testifying from her own knowledge.
Her answer was she had never heard Hankins refer to it as political.
Thank you.
I don't believe if we parse her words carefully, I don't think she said specifically at that meeting. She just said she's never heard him refer to it as political.
Thank you.
Which I think covers the whole gamut of time that she can recall. At least that's the way I interpret her answer. And Ms. Hildy, if that's not the way you meant it, please correct my understanding.
No correction.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to get back in the groove here, such as it is. Were you at this, is it called an open house, right?
I was.
Were you at the open house?
I was.
And is that a show put on by the staff, or is that the applicant's show?
It is the applicant's show.
And what's the purpose of the open house?
It's an opportunity for the applicant to present, and in this case in a very informal manner, their design concept and to answer questions from the public. Okay,
and anything otherwise notable about that open house, or is it just one of the steps along the way?
It's one of the steps along the way.
Okay, then let's move on. What happened after the open house? Do you get that step out of the way? What was next?
Staff began its review of the application.
And, there's been a lot of mention, I think, on all sides. Sounds like everyone has a team. was there a team for review, a city team for review of the application? Can you give us a kind of an idea how that works?
Sure. There was a city team reviewing the application. The team was made up from staff from the Public Works Department, Parks and Recreation Department, Community Development, Eastside Fire and Rescue, and Sammamish Plateau Water. The team also included city consultants. The team met once a week to go over comments that had been compiled just for efficiency and to address if there was any conflicts, like say between Public Works and DCD, or Parks and Recreation and Public Works, so that we could work through those and make sure that we were giving clear direction in our review comments to the applicant once they were complete.
Okay, I think there's been some comment made, and I honestly don't know whether it was in this hearing or maybe in correspondence about, maybe it wasn't this hearing, from the time of the open house to the issuance of the comments. I mean, the comments were issued when? In early March, isn't that right? We've already talked about that.
Right, March 10th,
March
2020.
Okay, so from the time of the open house to the March 10th, can you explain it? I don't know that sounds that long, but there's been some implication that it does. So can you explain why that period of time was taken?
Yeah, it's Stca did not just submit their Uzdp on November 4th. They submitted 4 applications. In addition to the Uzdp, they submitted a binding site plan and 2 preliminary subdivision applications. So it was a very large project for staff to review. Our intent was, and we did accomplish this, is to get through that review as efficiently and effectively as possible so that we could provide those comments to Stca, and we did so on March 10th, 2020.
Now, just look at a calendar in your head for a moment. Weren't there some holidays also between?
There was. This was the holiday season, for sure, and that did have an impact initially, but we were able to pick that up and move forward with it in those 2 months prior to the issuance of those comments.
And then, just for a bit of historical perspective, didn't the pandemic shutdown kind of hit right after the comments were issued?
Yes. I think the city ended up shutting down City Hall March 17th. For some reason, that date sticks out. So we got those comments in. Okay.
Little did you know.
We had no idea that.
Right. So did you have a meeting with Sdca after the comments were issued?
Yes, we had a meeting on May 14th, 2020.
And again, that's not a formal, review, but what was the purpose of the meeting?
It was to address questions that Stca had on the review comments issued by the city.
Now, I suppose you could have handled that, couldn't you have, by just saying, well, we're going to give you another round of comments to address your questions? I mean, would that have been another way to handle it?
It could have been an option. It was not obviously the option we went with, but yes, that is an option.
Okay, but you actually met, I assume actually met is a term of art because there was a pandemic, so I assume it was by Zoom or something like that, right?
Yes, I can't remember if it was GoToMeeting or Teams, but we did meet virtually.
Okay, and can you recall, I assume when you say we met, does that mean you were there? Yes, I was there. And were you the Lone Ranger for the city, or was the team there?
The team was there.
So can you get an estimate of how many people kind of marshaled for that meeting?
I know that is noted in the meeting minutes, who was in attendance, but just from memory, I believe that there were members from Public Works and Parks and Recreation and DCD.
So by the time you get done, that's 4 or 5 people?
There is.
Okay. And do you recall who, this is going to be a thing I'm going to ask you throughout, but do you recall who was lead for Stca in your impression during that meeting?
Yes, that was Mr. Brennan.
And were there subsequent meetings with Sdca after the May 14 meeting?
Yes, there was a meeting on May 29th and a meeting on June 1st.
And again, these are virtual, is that correct?
That is correct.
And again, these meetings require assembling a city team.
It does.
Okay. And again, was Mr. Brennan the lead for Sdca?
Yes, he was.
And during the course of review of the, well, let me back up a minute. When you had the subsequent meetings on May 29 and June 1, what was the purpose? Let's take the May 29 one first. What was the purpose of the meeting?
I will need to review to refer to that exhibit.
Okay. I think we're in the 20s, aren't we?
Yes. And you were specifically asking about meeting on the 29th, correct? Or the,
yes.
Okay.
Yes, Leona, can
someone bring me exhibit 29, please?
23, 27, 32.
I'm not overly worried about it, but like just a couple of seconds ago, there was a male voice that said something like 23, 27, 32. I have no idea who it was, or was that you, Mr. Brent?
Yes, I was just asking the wielder of the notebooks here, because they're kind of banked behind me, to hand me the notebook that had those in. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You had your mic off because it sounded distant.
I had my mic on, but I was turned around.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's okay. I'm just thinking of the record. That really was not testimony. It wasn't an official comment from anybody. I would hope that this ever gets transcribed, that those spurious numbers just disappear.
Fair enough, and thank you. Which one were you referring to, Ms. Hildy?
I am referring to exhibit 29, which is the meeting agenda for May 29th.
Okay. So you look at exhibit 29, which I guess you are now.
I'm not, because no one has brought me exhibit 29.
Oh, I thought you had a set of notebooks up there.
I do not have a set of notebooks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Examiner, I apologize for this, but because of the microphone problems, Ms. Hildy is testifying from the council dais, so all the notebooks are back in the back of the room that the planning staff works with. 29. Oops, I'll turn my mic off.
Thank you.
All of this time for a one-page document that simply lists a three-item agenda.
Actually, I'm so sorry. Let me correct you. That would be correct myself. That would be exhibit 30.
Those are the minutes.
The minutes.
Okay.
More worthwhile.
More pages.
Yeah, definitely. So can you explain? Take a minute if you need to review the minutes, but can you explain what went on at the meeting and what the purpose of the minutes was?
Yeah, there was a discussion related to block and alley lengths, the designation of streets. A lot of this had to do with right-of-way and the design details associated with that right-of-way. There was a question related and I'm sorry, I'm away from my mic. I hope you all can hear me, about the International Building Code. But mostly this was around the street design.
Okay. And what is the purpose of there's a matrix attached as part of this exhibit, isn't there?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of the matrix?
It's to document, one, Sdca's questions, and also the city's response. Very similar to the pre-application meetings. What you're seeing in black ink is the city's initial comment after the meetings. If there needed to be further clarification, that was noted in this case in blue, and then that was sent back to the applicant after the meeting.
And these are similar to the matrix on what I'll say I've heard people refer to as the formal city review comments. Is this similar to that?
Yes.
Okay. And then, did you meet again shortly after May 29?
We did. We met on June 1st.
Okay, and that's Exhibit 31 is the meeting agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, what happened after that?
After the meeting on the 1st?
Yes.
Let me go before I speak. Stca submitted a third revised resubmittal extension request.
And could you explain the kind of, you said third revised, et cetera, extension request. Was this the first extension Stca had requested?
No, this was the third extension.
Okay. And is that represented in Exhibit 32?
That is correct.
Can you, if you look on the bottom of Bates page 1 of Exhibit 32, can you read the sentence that starts with the answers?
Wait, what exhibit are we on?
32.
32, sorry.
And it's the sentence that starts the answers.
Is that the last sentence in the second paragraph?
Yes, the bottom of the page.
The answers we received from city staff in our meetings affect a number of items in our response matrix, and we want to make sure our responses and plan revisions are consistent throughout to assist the city's review.
Did you understand that to mean that your response matrix comments were going to be taken to heart in their next extended submission?
Yes.
And by there, I mean Sdca. So let me ask you, and by the way, the city granted that extension, didn't it? That's Exhibit 33.
That is correct.
Okay. So you had a number of meetings over the months with Stca. Can you give me an idea of what your impression was of the kind of approach, the tenor Stca was taking, TENOR?
My impression was that we were answering some of the same questions that we had answered previously through other informal meetings, and that at times it would seem very frustrating because it would be just kind of going around in circles, and it just felt like there was, Stca was trying to just poke holes into our code and really question the city's direction. And this is why we kept notes, just for the record, so we could always refer back to it.
And again, I just want to make sure I got this right, that at these meetings, Mr. Brennan was the lead spokesperson for Stca, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then history will show that they submitted a revised application on June 22, is that correct?
That is correct.
So the city then started, I assume, reviewing that revised application.
Yes.
And was that 10 pages, 30 pages, 2 pages? How big was that?
It was a big document. I can't tell you the number of, or a big submittal, the materials that were submitted. So this includes the site plan, the project narrative, and design companion manual, all the reports. So this was, again, it just felt like we were starting, over with the review because of all the comments we had in the March 10th review comments.
And as you went through the review process, what did you ultimately conclude as to whether Stca had stepped up to the city's guidance?
Through our review, it became apparent that Stca did not address most of our comments from March 10th. If they were addressed, some of those comments were still not compliant with the code. I felt we were actually taking a step back. Then moving forward, they were not close to compliance.
Microphone. It sounds like you're confirming. I think Mr. Pyle's comment was that well, I won't try to characterize it. Let me just ask you this, and you may have already answered it. Were they closer or further away from what would have been an acceptable application in the June 22 submittal?
Further away.
Okay, so this is a question that's been asked in different ways of everyone by practically everyone in this proceeding, but I'm just going to ask you straight up. Well, why not just, have them, rinse, repeat, resubmit?
We've had years of feasibility meetings with Stca prior to their application submittal. We provided, quite a few comments at their pre-application materials on May 23rd. We issued over 400 review comments on the November 4th, 2019 application. We further discussed key issues at meetings on May 14th, 29th, and June 1st. And the application submitted on June 22nd did not show significant improvement. Based on all these meetings and reviews, we were in a passe. We did not feel we could get anywhere by sending this back as a second round of review with Stca.
Okay, can you explain the origin of we've talked about a city square, people have used different terms, but can you explain the origin of the city square concept?
Sure. The city square is described in the Town Center Infrastructure Plan on page 7 and 17. Summarizing, it's a central form-giving feature of the town center. The city square is the primary zone of the green spine and the hub of pedestrian activity in the core mixed-use area, or the TCA1 zone. It is meant to be a dynamic marketplace that is highly visible and framed by bustling storefronts, cafes, and businesses filling into the space. And that for sure, those are not my words. I am quoting from the plan.
Okay. I think you said this, and I know it's in the TCIP, isn't that the Town Center Infrastructure Plan? Isn't that what we're calling it, the TCIP?
Yes.
Okay. It's the central form-giving feature of Town Center. Is that in the TCIP?
Yes.
Okay. When I mean the city square is.
The city square is, yes, that is correct.
What's form-giving?
Form-giving, sorry, I'm going to put that exhibit book to the side there. Form giving is establishing, some parameters to the space. In this case, it's kind of setting up for those pedestrian uses, such as storefronts, retail, that is adjacent to it. So it kind of gives form to the space itself.
So, I mean, what's the difference between the city square and Bellevue Square? Bellevue Square has retail and courtyards and all that.
City Square is an outdoor space. It is meant to, as the primary zone, again, I'm referring to the standards that are outlined in the Town Center Infrastructure Plan, is meant to host large events. It's meant, such as a farmer's market, outdoor activities. It is a public open space.
So it's not, in other words, it's not Kemper Development Company space, it's public open space.
It is public open.
And I'm only picking on them because I think they own Bellevue Square, but, anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I've described that,
okay.
The city square.
I think you said earlier on when we were looking at the exhibit that very, not necessarily very early on, but that earlier in the process, there was a proposal from Sdca to locate the city square where?
On the city's Notch property. So
you were saying what was wrong with that. I think you already explained that. Did you convey after that original conveyance? Did you have more discussion with Stca about where the city square should be located?
Yes, we did note that in the March 10th review comments, pointing them to locate the city square on between their blocks 5 and 6, again because of absence of a agreement with the city to locate it on the city's property. It was further discussed on June 1st, where the city did reiterate that in absence of an agreement, we did clarify the specific code sections under 21B 95 0504, subsection A, C, and G were applicable.
Okay. And did you, and by you I mean the review team, indicate to Stca where the city square should be located as part of your review of its Uzdp?
We did. Most of those comments showed up on the project narrative and design companion manual. And again, let me refer to the exhibit list. That would be Exhibit 20A, as well as 20D, the site plan set review comments.
I don't know if I've got it. Oh, you've got it there. I thought I had it here. Okay. And what was the city's guidance on where the city square should be located?
Can you clarify guidance to Stca?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, our guidance to Stca was to locate the city square between blocks 5 and 6.
Okay. And you've already kind of explained this, but it's all woven throughout the review notes. But can you give us a capsule summary of why that location met the characteristics that staff thought were required?
Yes. Again, this is a substantial development proposal located south of Southeast 4th Street. The city felt that, you know, with Stca bringing in a proposal for, you know, 34% of the A1 zone, that really needed to adhere to composite scheme number 1 in the infrastructure plan, which does show the city square located south of Southeast 4th Street. We also directed Stca that they needed to make sure that this space adhered to the primary zone development guidelines described again further in the Town Center Infrastructure Plan as required by SMC 21B 950501G.
Were there any mention of by Stca of, well, you know, what about a financial contribution by the city? I mean that direct or indirect, oblique or bludgeon, where there's any mention of that?
Yes, there was in their revised application. There was a note, or there was a description added, and let me get that exhibit number. Actually, I believe that was exhibit. I'm sorry, I do not know off the hand. It is one of the appellant's exhibits that we had originally referred to as 35G in our decision. If someone could help me reference that one appropriately.
Okay, we'll pull that and come back to it.
Is it 1031? Is that it? Is that what you're talking about? 1031?
Okay, 1031. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay.
Hold on. Okay.
Why don't we, if you recall the reference, later we can give the site, but
Yeah.
without having it in front of you, do you recall what the comment or request was from Stca?
Yes. Yeah, when I can find that page, I will, you know, cite its as it's written, but generally STCA proposed to locate the city square north of Southeast 4th Street, and that location would be determined with the city and STCA at a later date. And then there was a reference or suggestion that the town center plan and town center infrastructure plan contemplates financial contribution to its construction.
And financial contribution by whom?
By the city.
Okay. And is that your understanding of what's contemplated?
No.
Okay. And north of Southeast 4th Street, in a location, would that be a TBD, to be determined?
That would be a TBD.
So the idea was then, and correct me if I'm wrong, you understood the idea to be, we don't locate the city square now, it'll be north of 4th and we'll figure out where later.
Yes.
And meanwhile, approve this UZDP.
Yes.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that is that, again, as I mentioned, STCA, this is the first major application in the Town Center A1 zone. It is for south of Southeast 4th Street. The city wants to see that city square built as part of this application so that we can ensure that infrastructure, including open space infrastructure, is developed in a coordinated manner. By deferring it to a future application with a location to be determined and hinting that the city will contribute to its costs, we can't approve that UZDP on that concept.
And when you say we need to determine it now, or the city thinks the location needs to be determined now, why now? Why is this so important to the, or is it not so important to the town center concept? Because obviously SDCA thinks it can be figured out later. What's the difference?
Yeah, the problem with SCC's development proposal, and again, why we denied the application based on this issue, is that the city square is really a form giving feature of the town center. The purpose of a UZDP, again, is to ensure that there's coordination with building this infrastructure and making sure that is happening in an appropriate way and in a coordinated effort. Just if we were to approve this, a good chunk of the TCA1 zone would be developed or earmarked without any assurances that the city square would be built as envisioned in the town center plan.
Okay. I think I asked you in connection with your preparing for your testimony, I asked you if you would take a look at that. I call it a flyover. There was a formal exhibit name given to it. It's Exhibit 50.
Yep.
It's that video.
Mm-hmm.
And have you done that?
I have.
So if we run that, are there places where you can say, okay, stop it here and point things out?
I sure can.
Okay. So can we do that? I've never done this before. This will be interesting.
Well, the question will solely be, can your operator there stop the video play, freeze the frame when she wants it frozen? If we were doing this, here's another example of where this technology is great for hearings. If we were doing this in an in-person hearing, I'd be sitting up there up front saying, how in heck are we going to preserve the stop and start of the video because it would not be an integral part of the recording. With this system, it's going to be a screen save with her voice behind, and I think it'd be a wonderful tool to use. We just have to make sure that when she says stop, the thing can stop.
Yeah, that's. I'm hoping. So are we going to give it a try? Can we?
And I recall, I think I asked when it was first playing, was there any video, any audio with it? And we discovered, yeah, there was a musical soundtrack. I would be just as happy for the purposes she's showing this to skip the darn soundtrack.
Well, it was pretty inspirational, but we'll agree to that.
I found the music to be very annoying, so I guess it's just personal taste in music.
Yes. Okay, so if you could call out when you want it stopped.
Okay, so do we want to start at the beginning?
Start at the beginning at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just let it run. It's only 4 minutes, and then she can tell us when she wants to stop. I'll grant you this first stuff isn't the flyover, but by showing the whole thing, we're showing that we're not unfairly cutting stuff out. And while we're also waiting for something exciting to happen, when you're asked to stop it, if whoever's doing the controlling here could move their cursor down so we can see the time mark
Yes.
at the point where it's paused.
Cindy, the first stop will be minute 1:32.
Oh, you've got this all plotted out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's a relief.
Is that where you want him or her to stop?
Nope. It should be coming up here shortly, 1:32. Stop. And that's okay, because if we just go, yeah. A little bit more.
2 seconds more.
That's good.
132, yeah. Yep. Oh, no, that's too far.
And
stop. Whoops.
Okay.
Is this what you want, or did you want that?
Right.
Okay.
So I'm going to best describe what you are all seeing here on your screen.
Can I interrupt you for 1 minute? Mm-hmm. I apologize for this because maybe it's redundant because of the screenshot, but we're looking at the Exhibit 50 video, which we've stopped at minute 132 out of 351, just in case that later becomes useful information. I apologize for interrupting.
Okay, so we are...
Clarify Mr. Eglick's statement. I believe he just said this is Exhibit 50. Is that correct? Because I have a different document listed for Exhibit 50.
Oh, pardon me?
Exhibit 50, this is Exhibit 50, the video.
This is, okay. So
we have submittal package was 51, and 49A and B are an early concept by Shook Kelly from their website.
Thank you. Apologies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Great.
When you should ask the examiner, not me, but yes, go ahead.
Okay. So what we're looking at here is we're looking north. So the top of the screen is true north. The first building, as you're looking from south to north, and you go east, you see a trail there. And again, this obviously where it stopped is not the best. What sort I'm looking? It's a little fuzzy, but there is a brown trail. That location right there, that is the city's Notch property, which is part of the Lower Sammamish Commons. It is crossing a street, again, very fuzzy. You'll get to see this here as the video progresses. The open green space north.
Excuse me, may I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Whoever is controlling this, their cursor is down near the bottom. Can they move the cursor up when you describe things and park the cursor over what you're describing?
Oh, that's a good idea, yes.
There it
okay,
goes.
so we're, if we could point to the city square. Great. Right there, that is the city square. If we head north a little bit, and that road, so come back south, I think, north. I feel like we're playing a video game. This is Southeast 4th Street. And again, heading north, that's the green spine heading north. The buildings depicted here, and again, this will be further clarified in the video, are mixed-use buildings. And this is the general area of the A1 zone, or the core mixed-use area.
And the notch would then be down in the left center, about where the cursor
is. That is correct.
Okay.
Right here.
I get it now. Now I know where I am. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so
the road at the bottom, that's Lower Commons?
And that is Lower Commons. That faint building that's existing, I believe that's the Sween House. If anyone is familiar with the Sween House in the Lower Sammamish Commons, that is the Sween House.
Okay, thank you.
So let's just skip to minute 134, so a quick start and stop. Okay, great. Now we're starting to see the city square take a little bit more formation here. So again, this is the city square. If you go north, I think there's a bus on that street. That is Southeast 4th Street.
So we're looking northwest?
And yeah, we are looking northeast, actually.
Northeast?
Mm-hmm.
Where's west? Or where's the...
West. That's west, yeah, northwest, right there. So west, we're going to go northeast. And that trail right there, that's green space with the trail just across the street or north of Southeast 4th Street. And in this picture, it looks like it's going northeast, but it's north of Southeast 4th Street. That is the green spine. Okay. And let's see here. No, there is one more, and that is at minute 149.
I presume somebody asked you a question because it didn't get on the record.
Oh, I just asked if there was another one that we were going to stop it at. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. And here again is just another view of the city square. As you can see, as the video has progressed, those architectural features are becoming more apparent in the buildings. So the buildings surrounding the green spine are mixed use. And then at Southeast 4th Street is right here. Okay. And we can continue the video or stop it. That's all I wanted to point out.
Okay, when you're ready, can I ask a question now? Is it recording and all that? Okay. I was going to ask a couple of questions, Mr. Examiner, if that's okay if I go ahead.
Sure.
Okay. So, I mean, I understand there's, people are going to say, well, this isn't written in stone and this and that and the other thing, but looking at this exhibit, which presented what people were being shown as citizens, the town center concept, can you just point out whether the Uzdp plan submitted by Sdca is, lawyers say, on all fours? Is it consistent with what's shown in the video, or is it inconsistent? And if it's inconsistent, I'm going to ask you how.
It is inconsistent.
Okay, and then how is that?
This concept shown through this video shows the city square south of Southeast 4th Street. And it is a major component of, again, this concept showing that development in the A1, in the town center A1 zone, are the core mixed use area of the town center.
And I didn't catch the end of what you were saying, but in terms of type of, I don't know whether you call it building massing or use or whatever, the core mixed use, is there any difference between this and the Stca proposal? This being this video exhibit 50, what it shows?
Yes, and if we did play the rest of the video, there are no townhomes in this concept for the town, for the core mixed use area.
Okay. Okay, I was going to switch topics if that's okay, and ask you, oh, by the way, before I do that, can you look at Exhibit 1031, Bates, page 4, please?
Before we leave this image, if I may, I know this is this is a silly question, undoubtedly, but Ms. Hildy, let's see, on the east side of the city square, about 40% from the south to the north, there is a white something. Looks like, to me, move up and to your left, right there. It looks like an origami bird. That's why I'm saying it's probably silly, but I saw it in the other view and it's still here. What was that supposed to be?
I think that's supposed to represent an art installation.
Ah, okay. That's good enough. Thank you. Yep.
Installation of what?
An art piece.
Okay.
Don't you appreciate art, Mr. Reglick?
I've been told that I don't. It's been said before. Okay. So is it okay if I go on to another question? Okay, thank you. Okay, if you could look, I'm just trying to circle back to get the site for your testimony before. If you could look at Exhibit 1031, Bates, page 4, kind of the far right-hand side of the page. And I think, but you tell me, this is where you were talking about the idea of a city contribution being raised to the city square.
Yes, and I cannot confirm that because the exhibit 1031 that I have, this is probably why I was struggling before to answer that question, does not have Bates stamp 4. It has 3 and 5. So if someone can please give me...
Gremlins in the copy machine now. Oh, wait, we're bringing you another one. Hopefully this one's better.
Thank you.
For the record, my copy does have Bates 4, so I'm
okay.
I'm complete one.
Okay.
Okay.
So the system works sometimes. So it can just take a look on the far right side. Under its middle of the page, the section heading is D, open space. Is this what you were thinking of?
Yes. This is the section that I was previously referring to.
Okay. I don't know that we need to say, well, I'll be happy if you want to say more, but I was going to move on. I just want to make sure we had the right reference.
Yes.
Okay. there are two items that we could look at Exhibit 1004 and 1005, please.
And exhibit. I need the, I need 104. I only have 105 here, I think.
Thank you.
Oh, I get two notebooks. Please pardon me. I got to rearrange the desk here. Okay. Yep.
So 1004 is in one binder and 1005 is in another binder.
Yeah.
I'm in a tight space here, so I hope I can balance this appropriately. Okay, there we go.
You're good?
I am good.
Okay, so I think that the question before we get into these at all, the examiner has been asking, where did these come from? So, and I think the director said, ask Ms. Hildy.
Yes.
So here we are.
Oh, I'm here, yeah. The guide to assist with the development of the green spine, which is Exhibit 1005, and the green spine design companion, which is Exhibit 1004, we're prepared to provide guidance to Stca for developing the green spine as described in the Town Center Infrastructure Plan.
So who prepared them?
This was prepared in partnership between DCD, so that would be me, and the Parks and Recreation Department with some support from our consultant team.
And I think one has a date on it, the other doesn't, but can you give us a kind of a time frame when they were prepared?
Sure. We started working on these around, I want to say, April, May timeframe in 2018. This was in response to Stca's, as I stated in my earlier testimony, when Stca started to show us the development proposal for Southeast 4th Street, south of Southeast 4th Street. There we go. And they had asked the city and the Parks Department, well, what do you want to see in this public open space? What's the park's vision? And so we had indicated that we were going to work on the Town Center, a companion manual, which would show some visualization of some of the design details as examples, as well as a guide to focus on the green spine as depicted in composite scheme number 1 in the Town Center Infrastructure Plan. Again, this is because they were developing south of Southeast 4th Street. And to just point out those principles and goals and description, everything from the Town Center Infrastructure Plan. So if you want to think of Exhibit 1005 as the Cliff Notes, that's how I would refer to that as the Cliff Notes to green spine design as described in the infrastructure plan. And Exhibit 1004 is just visual examples of what that could look like. In no way was the city saying it had to look specifically like this. This was just, again, a guide to assist with that design.
And correct me on this if I'm wrong, but from what I'm hearing from what you're saying, would it be fair to say that this was the department which is responsible for administering the code, the plans, and all that for a town center, take on what they required or what would work under them?
Yes.
And you're sure? I mean, I want, because I'm.
Yes,
no one's objected,
sure.
But I'm half putting words in your mouth, so yeah. I want to make sure that's correct.
No, that is correct. Again, Stca was proposing development south of Southeast 4th Street, and they inquired and asked the city, what does that look like? What does that public space look like? When you go to the Town Center Infrastructure Plan, that looks like composite scheme number 1. And again, we wanted to provide some visual guides to them, as well as a written document to include links to all the plans, copy and paste the description of the primary zone, secondary zone, and neighborhood transition zone from the infrastructure plan into this document. So everything was in one place. Again, this was to assist them, to guide them in their design.
So
for the green spine.
I'm sorry. So in summary, this was first of all prepared because of questions Sdca had asked,
yes,
and they wanted to know how the department thought all the applicable rules and regulations and so on would be applied.
Yes.
For their Uzdp.
Yes.
And it sounds as if I'm right on the time frame, that was prepared in response initially to Stca questions after a meeting with Stca.
Yes, we did have a meeting with Stca in August of 2018 to go over both documents and to talk through those design elements.
Well, I'm asking a different question, though.
Oh.
That's where the documents were already in existence in August 2018. Is that right?
We had just finished the drafted documents, yes, at that time, and then met with Stca.
Wasn't there a meeting? Well, was there a meeting? I thought you said there was a meeting before where they asked questions that prompted the preparation of the document.
Yes, that meeting was on May 31st. It was in the same time frame. Actually, there were a lot of meetings at that time with the City Council. There was also a meeting with the Parks and Recreation Department on May 31st, okay. 2018.
Would a document of this type where the department gives its guidance typically be sent to the City Council for adoption?
No, because nothing in this, most of these documents were the text and the descriptions all came from the Town Center Infrastructure Plan, which they had already previously adopted in 2010. It's the same ordinance that adopted the development regulations 21B, Title 21B.
Now, you heard some of the testimony about, well, aren't there more than one option in adopted plans? But your testimony has been focused on, well, south of 4th and so on, that's where the city square should be. What do you say to someone who says, well, that's, there are other options?
Yes. What I would say is, again, and I think I said this in my previous testimony, Stca was proposing to develop a really good chunk of the A1 zone. And again, this proposal was for south of Southeast 4th Street. The city wants to ensure we're having coordinated infrastructure, including open spaces, included in that application.
So let's get to another topic that's discussed quite a bit. It's the town center nuptials, the wedding cake. So what's that all about? Can you explain that in terms that are not that are accessible to us non-planners?
Recognizing this may be overruled, but I will re-raise my objection as to foundation regarding this witness. We've already had the city's urban planner testify on this topic.
But this is his, well, maybe not immediate boss, but perhaps second level boss. I think we're entitled to hear her answers as well. Objection overruled.
Thank you.
I thought you were going to object, Duana, to my joke about the wedding cake. So it's
the nuptials.
Yes.
I got it.
Okay. It's Friday afternoon, but let's buckle down. Wedding cake. Ms. Hildy, what's that about?
Sure. The wedding cake approach is referenced in the town center plan in multiple places. It's described as having intense development in the mixed use nodes, translation, that's the TCA zones, and lower intensity development at the town center edges, especially in areas adjacent to single family neighborhoods. So it's a step down effect. In your mixed use nodes, that's where you're going to see your 6-story buildings. And then as you start to move out from the mixed use nodes into, less intense, land use intense development, so into your B zones and into your C zones, that wedding cake starts to kind of shift down those intensities. So by the time you get to the perimeter of the sub area, you have blended, single family residential or cottage housing in with existing neighborhoods. So it's not this abrupt transition between the sub area to the existing R zones surrounding the sub area.
So, the debate seems to have been, and I'm summarizing, but the debate seems to have been whether the tiering that you would get in a wedding cake is within the A1 zone or can be within the A1 zone, or whether it's in the adjacent zones. So I think you've kind of addressed that, but just boiling it down, what's your answer on that?
Again, my answer is still the same. The tiering, the wedding cake is the whole sub area, with those mixed use nodes being the top tier. And then as it works through the sub area and works out to its outer boundary, it starts to decrease in that intensity. So again, we have blended transitions.
So the core mixed use is the top tier, and that's the most intense. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm just looking at my notes here. The examiner asked a couple of questions yesterday, and I don't know whether they're in your wheelhouse in terms of the work that you've done, but I will ask anyway. Did Stca ask to consolidate the 4 applications together?
I cannot recall if they asked us that.
Okay. I guess the only other question I had was there was some discussion between the examiner and Mr. Hankins about whether this UZDP, what does UZDP stand for, by the way?
A Unified Zone Development Plan.
Okay. And that UZDP is then something that is issued as a permit or approval by the department, is that correct?
Yeah, it's issued as an approval.
Okay. And the examiner wanted to know whether that was analogizing it to a master plan was appropriate. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, if I could just kind of take a step back and provide a little history and brief.
Well, take the time you need.
Yeah. So the town center plan, when it was adopted, it did have an include an implementation strategy that that directed that master planning of the mixed use nodes needed to be kind of transition into a development regulation, and that's how we got to the UZDP or 21B85. When the UZDP chapter was adopted criteria for approval, and some of that criteria references design requirements and the requirements of 21B and 21A, the public works standards, park plans, the infrastructure plan, and a UZDP needs to meet the goals and policies of the town center plan. So it started off as a master plan, but then through the adoption of the UZDP chapter, more technical information is required for us to determine if a UZDP, again, meets the criteria under 21B 95, and I believe it's 060. So hope that answers the question.
Okay. Just let me check my notes here. I may have no other questions, but I want to check. Oops, sorry. Oh, I did want to ask you one other question. Were you here for the testimony by, and I apologize, I don't know if I'm going to garble his name, it was Mr. Kroger, was it? Kroger, he was an engineer.
Kroger,
thank you, sorry. About stormwater and BMPs and so on?
Yes.
And you heard the explanation that he gave that, I'll boil it down this way, I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, that if you comply with the manuals and the BMPs and so on, then that was kind of the sum total of compliance that was required. Do you recall that?
I do.
And the conversation was in the context of LID. Were the LID and for that matter, the natural area aspects of the department decision based solely on stormwater manual considerations? No. That, yes, is a big part of it, but the interim stormwater standards in 21B85, and more specifically 010, the purpose intent, and I think we reviewed this section of code previously, is that the purpose of this chapter is to require that development proposals within the town center subarea fully incorporate the interim stormwater standards and low impact development into all aspects of the project design. So I cannot speak to any of the technical requirements. I am not a civil engineer, nor am I a hydrogeologist, but I can speak from, reviewing this code section in that an applicant with a UZDP application does need to address the 6 points under 21B85-010. And if we wanted to see what was planned for the site, for example, for the UZDP site, for example, in terms of, let's say, preservation of significant trees or vegetation, would the Sdca checklist disclosures made by the applicant be an appropriate place to look?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, let's take our afternoon break at this point, and I would like it to be 15 minutes long this afternoon instead of the usual 10. So we stand at recess. It's now 2:45. We'll reconvene at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you. It is now 3 o'clock p.m. on July 16, 2021. This is the start of session 26 in our appeal hearing on UZDP 2019-00562. I believe we are ready for cross-examination of Ms. Hildy. Ms. Hildy, I would simply remind you, you're still under oath. And Ms. Koloshkova, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Good afternoon, Ms. Hildy. My name is Duwana Koloshkova. I don't believe we've met before. Is that correct?
That is correct. Nice to meet you.
Okay. Sometimes I ask those questions to get a little bit of a mic check. And I'm just gonna make sure you lean into the mic because that was a little faint, if you don't mind. Thank you. So Ms. Hildy, you just wrapped up providing some testimony regarding the low impact development considerations of the decision. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay, and I'm still think I need, oh, could we get Dean Williams as a presenter, please, Ms. Schatt? So I could share some exhibits if I need them.
Were you going to ask her to speak up a little bit?
I
Your volume was excellent in the direct examination, but it is a little softer this time.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Better. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So is this idea of a land use management LID a requirement of all town center UZDP applications?
Yes, 21, Chapter 21B 85 is applicable to all of the town center sub-area.
Okay. And did you review how that chapter was implemented in the city's prior UZDP reviews?
I did not.
Did you perchance review any of those prior UZDP projects as part of your work on the subject one?
I did not.
Is the term, am I getting this right? I believe the term you used was land use management LID, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and is that term defined in code anywhere?
It is not defined independently, but it is referred to as a land use management strategy under the LID development definition 21B 15230.
Okay. And did you, okay, and that's the definition that you're relying on for purposes of your testimony?
That is correct.
And would you give me that citation again that you just used?
Yes. 21B 15230.
Okay. And that's the definition of low impact development, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So that's where I would go as an applicant to take a look at what you were referring to in your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me, I'm going to ask you to answer yes or no just for the recording.
Yes.
I really don't know what's going on. You are much more faint now than you were at the beginning of the testimony, and I see you really leaning in. I wonder if that microphone battery is going. If the examiner can hear her,
I don't know.
great. That's better. That was better. That was better. You're fine.
Okay.
Strange systems. Okay. Can I have you look at 21B 85040, please?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just read for me the very first process A sentence?
In subsection 1, is that where you want her?
Yes. So tiny.
Okay, subsection 1, process. The use of the stormwater standards and specifications, along with applicable low-impact development design, shall be reviewed concurrently with a primary proposal to consider the proposed site plan and methods used to earn the incentives as follows.
Okay. And what does incentives refer to in this paragraph?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. So then let me turn your attention, if you would, to 21B 25040. Do you have that one up?
I do.
Okay, you can just let me know, or I'll ask you either way when we pull a code section up. Could you read me the title of that code section, please?
B 25040 is provisions to obtain additional bonus residential density or commercial development capacity.
Okay, and then could you turn to subsection 2B, which is quite a ways down. It's a really long code section, so scroll like for a while. And you'll get to, it's B, the B I'm looking for is entitled Design Criteria for Awarding Bonus Commercial and Residential Development Capacity.
Okay, I am there.
Okay, and so would you agree with me that these are criteria for awarding bonus capacity based on for the town center?
I'm going to object to the line of questioning. Asking a witness to agree to the title of a code section it's not even briefing a legal argument. It's just, I think, superfluous. If there's a legal argument to be made concerning the code section, it can be made. But asking the witness to kind of go through and say, yes, this says this. Oh, I don't know what this section of the code means. Well, where do we end up with that? It's not relevant, and it's actually kind of taking us pretty far afield. We did some of that with Mr. Hankins yesterday, and I think it ended up we just had to do redirect and say, well, what about this section and this section? We'll be dueling examination of a witness on which sections we think apply, and isn't that what briefing is for? Thank you.
You want to respond?
Well, yes, in terms of both. Mr. Eglick raised the topic on direct by citing 2 specific provisions of code, but we didn't get through all of them. So if we're going to talk about LID from a land use perspective, then we need to talk about what it's really doing in the town center code. If the parties want to stipulate that this witness doesn't get involved in the administration of LID under the town center code, then I can move on. But she testified on the topic, so I need to finish the testimony.
Okay, let's stay with this, and if she wants to tell us she has nothing to do with this, she can in answer to one of your questions, and that's open a different door. For right now, though, I frankly don't see any benefit in directing her to a code section and asking her if the title says whatever it says.
I'm sorry, and all I'm trying to do is, this is such a long code section I'm just trying to cut to the chase. And so apparently I'm doing that in a way that's making things more complicated, and that's my fault. So may
I will not debate that.
So may I then ask you to turn
Just ask your questions about the section.
Roman numeral 12.
Yes. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Oh, I can now, yes.
Okay, great.
Is that a code section that you administer as part of your work?
Whoops.
Whoa.
I have no idea why this is happening all of a sudden.
Nor do
Maybe
I.
I've got, I was going.
It's still pretty bad. I'm wondering if we all need to do the log off and log back on trick.
The IT wizard is here. Maybe all of a sudden it just
It's better.
kind of hog wild.
The IT person is earning his money this week.
Yeah, that's why they pay me the big bucks. Does that sound better, Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes, he was getting a real ringy echo.
Any idea?
No, I don't.
Okay, well.
Are you trying to object to something, or how did all that mess start?
Well, right. I was hoping to object. We just walked through or we didn't walk through. That's the problem. We just went down through the sub 12 of a section that is Sdca Council acknowledged is several pages long before you get there. I object to asking the witness a spot question about sub 12. If the witness is given an opportunity, which I think would take a while, to read through the section down to sub 12, fair enough. Although I don't think it's called for, that would be the way to do it rather than just a spot question about sub 12. Thank you.
I have no objection to the question about sub 12. If she wants to put it in the context of what that laundry list is all about, that certainly is something that the witness can do. Objection overruled.
I believe my question, Ms. Hildy, was, is it part of your work to administer this type of bonus density criteria evaluation?
I had to turn my mic. I apologize.
You're fine. I was worried that the recording was going.
I turned it off to see if it was what was happening with Mr. Eglick's microphone, and then I forgot to talk or turn it back on. So I apologize. No, I do not administer 12, the low impact development site planning principal practices to minimize stormwater runoff generated. That would come as at the review of the stormwater team here at the city.
Okay, thank you. So you provided some testimony at the beginning of the afternoon regarding the pre-application process. And could we pull up page 1 of Exhibit 51, please?
Oh.
Yep, I want the second part. Do we have that up? Thank you. And Ms. Hildy, I have that on the screen. I'd like you to look at the middle paragraph, which starts the Uzdp pre-application conference.
Let me clarify, you would like me to read this section, is that correct?
You can read it out loud or read it. Why don't you read it out loud? It's super short.
Sure. The UZDP pre-application conference should occur during the more advanced stages of the planning process. Applicants will receive staff comments to better assist them in finalizing their development plans and preparing to submit their complete application.
So doesn't this contemplate that even by the time of the pre-application process, there would necessarily be several meetings between an applicant and the city to frame up the development plans?
I do not believe so.
You do not believe so?
No.
Okay. So is it your position then that the applicant should be designing entirely on their own and then come in for the first time with a pre-application application?
Actually, as an administrative process here at the City of Sammamish, we would ask that an applicant start at the feasibility meeting to ask any questions. We are, and that would be the first step. I do believe the next step is the pre-development services, which is a service that is paid for. Those are the meetings where an applicant can ask questions and get answers from the city to specific design details. The next step after that is the pre-application conference.
So I'm a little bit confused. So this does contemplate there would be meetings between applicants and a developer on a UZDP before the pre-application conference.
Yes, that is the case. It would. To what extent is not clearly defined.
And what do you think? What does your opinion as to this concept of finalizing development plans refer to?
Concept of finalizing development plans, and let me clarify what that refers to. Is that your question?
Yes.
That the review comments provided to the applicant on the materials that they provide the city, those comments should help guide the applicant in preparing their application for submittal.
Can you turn to code section 20.050.030, subsection 6?
Say that again.
SMC 20.05.030
Sub 6.
6.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that code citation? I think I wrote it down wrong.
20.05.030, subsection 6.
Thank you, I did write it down wrong. Okay.
Okay. So based on some of your testimony, why didn't the department issue a preliminary determination that this proposed development was not permissible as part of the pre-application review?
I do not know.
Was there any bar that you're aware of to the department doing something like this if they felt that the pre-application fell into that category?
I'm not aware of a bar, no.
And do you know whether the city had used this section before to advise other applicants for UZDPs that the proposed development would not be permissible?
I do not.
You do not know?
I do not know if it has been used with previous UZDPs.
Did you work on any of the previous UZDPs that were applied for the town center?
Objection, I think that was asked and answered.
If it was, then I really missed it because I don't believe that was covered.
And I don't remember. It should be a short answer, so overruled. Probably going to take us more time to debate it than to get a yes or no.
No, I did not work on or did not review any of the previous UZDPs submitted and approved prior to this UZDP.
You testified to meeting notes from meetings in basically May, I think May and early June of 2020. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I believe you made a comment along the lines of it was important to take notes of all the meetings regarding the UZDP, something like that?
Yes.
But were there meeting notes taken of the other meetings you talked about in September or October of 2019?
I do not have those notes.
Okay, so there were notes taken or there were no notes taken?
Oh, I don't believe notes were taken. I can't say for certain.
And you were not at those. You testified, I believe, you were not at those meetings, correct?
Yeah, I was not at that September. I believe that was 9th meeting.
Okay. Can you go to Exhibit 12, please?
Okay.
And could you take a look at the second paragraph, the very last sentence?
Yes.
And this is your email, correct?
That is correct.
When you use the term private development proposed on city property, what are you referring to with that?
I am referring to the Warnorf and parking improvements that were proposed in the concept submitted to staff for review in about the August timeframe. Actually, I'm looking at the date of the email. August timeframe from 2019.
And would the Warnorf for any of the parking improvements ultimately be dedicated as under a city right-of-way process?
I cannot answer that question. That would need to be answered by Public Works.
So, and that was the only concern that you listed there as to that. I presume let me back up. When you wrote city property, are you referring to the Notch property?
I am.
And this paragraph, was this referring to the idea of a city square on the Notch property?
It was.
Okay, so I guess, did you indicate at least anywhere in this email any other reservations as to locating a city square in that Notch property area versus anywhere else?
Can you maybe reframe the question a little bit or clarify?
Sure. In this email, can you point me to any other concerns that you have as to locating the city square on the Notch property as opposed to elsewhere in the town center?
Yeah, I think the concern is that these improvements proposed by Stca were on public property, and as you, let's see here. I want to make sure I'm referencing the right paragraph and sentence.
Sure.
Is that last sentence, private development proposed on city property will only be considered as part of an agreement with the city. So the city square, as proposed on city property, the details of that proposal would need to be approved as part of an agreement between Stca and the city council.
Okay, so I guess I'm a little bit confused now. You had just testified the private development you were referring to in the email was the Woonerf and the parking improvements. Do you want to, were you referring to something more than that then in this sentence?
Yes, I mean the concept of the city square, or that piece of the green spine, you know, that is infrastructure to be designed and constructed by a developer. By locating that on the city property, we would need to have an agreement with the city council to do so.
Okay, so let me follow up on this because this is where I'm frankly a little bit lost. I believe you testified that the city square is to be a public open space. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so when you talk about private development, how is a creation of a public open space, how does that constitute private development? Are you talking about the idea of a private developer constructing something?
Can you reframe your question, please?
Sure. Do you recall testifying that the city square is to be a public open space?
Yes.
Okay. But you also just testified that the private development proposed on city property, what you're referring to there is the city square.
Yes.
So so where I'm lost is the city square private or public?
The city square is public. It is a piece of the green spine. It is the green spine is a requirement by a development application in the TCA1 zone. I will need to take a quick second to refer you to the definition of public open space as further defined in the development standards and design requirements for open space.
Are you in code, or where are you when you said you wanted to refer me to?
Yeah, I am in code. I'm in 21B. 30, 090, subsection 1G. Public open space means publicly accessible.
Hang on. Let me catch up with you. And you said G as in George?
Yes.
Okay, I'm there.
Public open space means publicly accessible open space on public land or land that has been officially dedicated to open space for public use through an easement or other agreement. Again, the UZDP planning principle for open space under 21B 95050, subsection 4A. TCA zones shall have at least one central open space that acts as a public gathering space, and that also includes a significant landscaping element.
So
I will also.
Let's go back to Exhibit 12 if we could.
Okay.
Can you follow my confusion as to what is meant by private development proposed on city property now?
Yes, I can help you clarify that.
Yeah.
And my goal is to answer your question here, so I hope I do. A development proposal in the TCA1 zone is required to provide open space as defined in 21B 95050, subsection 4. So private development is required to provide this space, and private development is providing this space on city property, then private development needs to enter into an agreement with city council to do so. And this is why. Because by doing so, that they are getting that area back on their parcel or their area of land for development. And this is what we've made very clear to Stca, that this did need to be negotiated as part of an agreement.
With the city?
With the city council, yes, the city.
And do you know, I guess, is it possible for Stca to, I guess, pursue that agreement for a city square on the Notch property with city council?
Stca, yes, may present that proposal to city council for consideration.
Okay. Is there a requirement to have multiple city squares in the TCA1 zone?
Is there a requirement to have multiple city squares in the TCA1 zone? No, that is not a requirement.
There is a requirement of the green spine, right?
There is a requirement of the green spine, yes.
Okay. If the city were to ultimately agree to put the city square on that Notch property, in your mind, would that be an okay location if the design could work for purposes of all the different goals you've talked about trying to accomplish with that city square concept?
I'm going to object. Again, we're here to talk about a decision that was made on an application that was submitted, asking the witness to speculate, what if we put it here without any context plans and so on, I think is going to go too far afield from what the appeal is going to be about. And it's also unfair because there's no context other than what about this. So I object. Thank you.
Would you like me to respond?
What I'd really like is to remember how I ruled yesterday on essentially the same objection.
Well, if I may respond, the direct testimony, Ms. Hildy talked about a fair bit about her concerns. I'm trying to find her exact language, to ensure that infrastructure and open space is provided for, and that they need to do that through this UZDP. However, of course, if the city square can be located in multiple locations, then perhaps her concern can be a little bit alleviated, because she knows that this isn't the only chance or the only shot for a city square in the TCA1 zone.
Hey, may I respond briefly?
Very briefly.
That's a very attenuated hypothetical, and again, it doesn't advance the issue here, which was not whether there is not whether there is something that might be possible, but whether the application that was submitted was within the discretion of the department to deny. Thank you.
I hope this is reasonably consistent with what I did yesterday or day before or whenever it was. And I apologize ahead of time for not remembering exactly how this similar objection resolved itself. Arguably, one of the options that I have is a remand. If I were to remand, it would seem apparent to me that just simply remanding an application with the history that this one has, without some specific guidance, would be pretty much a waste of everybody's time. To the extent that a question or two like this might help formulate guidance were I to be inclined to remand, then I would find it helpful. And so I'm going to overrule the objection and allow the question. I think that's the kind of gist of what I did the other day when this issue came up. If it isn't, I apologize, but that's my ruling for today.
Can you repeat the question?
I can. So we were talking about the location of the city square on the Notch property. And I had asked you if that location would be a feasible location were the surrounding uses on the properties, I guess, consistent with the city's town center plan goals, policies, and regulations.
Yes, it would be an acceptable location if it does follow the town center infrastructure plan, but I do need to add a caveat that has to be approved by the city council, and that would have to happen before we approved a UZDP.
And is the caveat you add because the city currently owns the Notch property?
That is correct.
Okay. So it is not, would it be your position that a city council has to approve the location of a city square if it is at least designed on what would currently be private property?
Okay, can you repeat the second half of that question? I just want to make sure I'm answering it correctly.
Sure. Let me rephrase the question.
Thank you.
You've asked for the city square to be located on private property, is that correct?
Yes, at the responsibility of the developer, that is correct.
And would that location be required to be subject first to an agreement with the city council?
It would not, because it is the responsibility of the developer.
Okay.
And that would be agreed upon or approved as part of a UZDP is actually a better way of stating that.
May I ask a little clarification?
Yes, please.
A couple of questions back. You said it would require, your caveat was it would require city council approval. I wasn't sure whether I heard you say that approval had to occur before a UZDP plan was approved or had to occur after a UZDP plan was approved. Which did you say either? And if you did, which did you say?
The timing of that, it would need to be approved prior to approval of a UZDP. So that is also a question I would actually like to have some legal advice on when that would be appropriate, but we would need to have that approval absolutely before we approve a UZDP. And again, legal counsel on contracting is what I'm specifying and being, I don't want to say anything that I'm going to get a glare from our legal counsel when it comes to contracting, and agreements. But yes, we would need to know that that we had that approval from City Council again before we approve the UZDP.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me.
Yes.
Can I ask you on that agreement? Would that come with a recommendation one way or the other from the department? Or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. So can I now orient you to the town center infrastructure plan? And I don't think that's an exhibit. So
Let's see. Oh, shoot. I think I just killed it.
Okay, I have a copy of the town center infrastructure plan in front of me.
thank you. And across several pages of the town center plan, I see 3 composite schemes, 1, 2, and 3 on various pages. Are you familiar with those?
I am.
Okay. So composite scheme 1 I see on page 8 of the plan, is that right?
That is correct.
And then I see composite scheme 2 on page 13, is that right?
That is correct.
And then number 3 on 14?
Yes, that is correct.
And does the town center plan identify any of these as preferred or priority in any sort of manner?
The town center plan or the town
Pardon
center
me,
infrastructure
the
plan?
town center, the TCIP.
TCIP. Thank you.
So does the town center infrastructure plan identified a preferred concept?
Yes.
No, it does not.
Okay. And can you look at page 3, which is entitled Plan Concept?
Yes.
And pardon me. And the second to last paragraph there, do you see that paragraph?
I do.
Okay. And do you see we don't need to read everything into the record. I don't think that's necessary. But do you see the language talking about great flexibility?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. So I guess these concept plans then are different ways of providing that flexibility. Is that a fair understanding of why those composite schemes are provided?
That is correct.
Now the green spine exhibit, which 1004, I believe you testified you built that off of one of those composite schemes, is that right?
Yes, that is what I testified to.
And did you build a green spine design companion for either of the other two composite schemes?
No, I did not.
And why didn't you?
Excuse me, I'm grabbing the right binder.
You're fine, no problem.
I grabbed the wrong binder. I'm not seeing 4. I have to pick it up. Oh, here we are. So your question is, did I put together a green spine design companion for the other schemes?
Yes.
No, I did not.
And actually, I think you'd answered that, and I had asked you why not. Why didn't you do it for the other two?
This scheme was, or this manual was developed to guide Stca's development south of Southeast 4th Street.
Okay, but here's where I'm lost on that, because if I compare composite scheme 1 and 2, for example, they both show this roughly or almost exactly the same geographic areas. So you've lost me on why a green spine companion wouldn't be making sense to provide for composite scheme 2.
Because Stca was not proposing development north of Southeast 4th Street. And as I previously testified, their development application was for a significant area within the town center A zone, again located south of Southeast 4th Street. It is critical that we get those key infrastructure, including open spaces, established early. That will set the tone of that green spine. This is why this composite was further explained in the design companion manual prepared for Stca to help guide their design and development of the green spine, including the primary zone of that green spine.
Is there anything about this Uzdp that would preclude the concepts of the city square as shown in composite scheme 2?
Objection is to the form of the question. I guess I'll just confess, I don't understand it.
That's not an objection.
What did you say, Ms. Koloshkova?
I said that council not understanding is not an objection to a question.
Well, I think that is a way of saying kindly that I don't know how the witness would understand it either.
Well, perhaps the witness can ask me to clarify.
Rephrase the question, please.
Thank you. Could you turn, Ms. Hildy, could you turn to composite scheme 2 of page 13?
And by the way, while she's doing that, page 12 is a much better parallel to 13 and 14 than is 8.
Oh, sure. There's so many different graphics in here. I grabbed the ones that are labeled 1, 2, and 3 to create parity, Mr. Examiner.
Now, 12, 13, and 14 follow right along.
Okay.
Interestingly, the 12 just says composite scheme, and then the next two say composite scheme 2, composite scheme 3. So to me, the 1 is inferred.
Thank you. So with composite scheme number 2, Ms. Hildy, does anything about the current UZDP proposal preclude the city square location as shown on composite scheme 2?
I'm sorry, I just don't understand the question.
Okay, I'll ask it differently again. If you were to approve, and I need to ask you that as a hypothetical, so I hope I won't be objected to, but if you were to approve this UZDP, can the location of the city square on composite scheme 2 still be established?
Hypothetically, actually, I don't even know if we did not approve this UZDP. Yes, for the record, to put that responsibility on another developer. No, I don't think so.
And what is the basis for that answer that no, you don't think so?
Ms. Koloshkova, are you just asking her from a land use layout perspective?
Yes.
Is there anything in Sdca's Udzp that, if approved, would block development of the city square on the north side of 4th? You're not asking about ownership relations or anything like that. You're just asking, for example, I have the house I'm living in now. Would that block somebody building an apartment building on my lot? Well, yeah, it would, because it'd be sitting on top of my house. Would it block somebody building a building on the neighbor's lot, assuming their lot were empty, which it isn't, but assuming it were empty? No, it wouldn't block it because it's on their own lot. Is that the level at which you're asking this question?
Yes.
Because if it is, it seems to me the answer is intuitively simple and obvious.
I guess that's what I'm struggling with as well. I'm unclear as to why the question just can't be answered.
I can appreciate that Ms. Hildy may be having concerns about which comes first and should the city square come with the first developer within the A1 zone, but I don't think you're asking that. You're just asking, does part of this project slop over the street so that you can't build the square on the other side of the street? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. If I might, and I'm not a planner, so I may be missing something here, but when you're planning for a town center overall, I'm not sure you can divorce is anything physically in the way from how does that work with regard to the planning principles that the department is applying. And I'm guessing that that may be part of the concern, is that if you say, oh, no, there's nothing in the UZDP that precludes it, that kind of carries some baggage with it that isn't just physical preclusion.
I don't want to get into a discourse with either counsel or the witness, but we've got a scheme here in the TCIP that shows the town, shows the city square across 4th. We got a scheme that shows it in 2 sides of 4th, Scheme 1 and Scheme 2. So whoever was putting the TCIP together thought the city square could go on either side of 4th. And then when you look at 3, they thought it could go right smack dab in the middle of 4th if you wanted to reroute 4th around it. And of course, all of these drawings, incidentally, it does not escape my notice that all of these drawings were done before the roundabouts were built on 4th. And the block lengths are quite different now than they were when these drawings were hypothesized. Plus, in the for whatever it's worth category, the parking space that's on the north side, the parking lot, on the north side of 4th over there on the west side of the thing, I think is probably sitting in the middle of that wetland that's up there, which would be interesting to see how the city would would handle that. My experience is the city would not look very favorably on bulldozing a wetland to put a parking lot in. So these are concepts, and I see them as only concepts. I hope everybody else does. Can you answer her question, Ms. Hildy?
Okay. I just wanted to know when I should answer that question. In the simplest form, there is nothing in Stca's UZDP that precludes that concept 2, locating the city square north of Southeast 4th Street in that location.
Okay, thank you. And do you happen to know the ownership of the area north of Southeast 4th?
Just what's available on the King County Assessor map. Yes.
I just want your personal knowledge. Do you happen to know who owns that area?
I do believe Stca owns that area, but also Mr. Zhang owns one of those parcels as well.
And you testified a moment ago that what you were looking for was essentially to have the city square be established early to set the tone. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Okay, so what is it in Sammamish code, we'll start there, that tells me that this UZDP has to set that tone, set that early tone for the coming development elsewhere in the zone?
That would be the purpose of a UZDP 21B 95010.
And does that tell me that the first UZDP, or I guess, well, let me back up. Isn't this the second UZDP in the A1 zone?
This is the second UZDP in the A1 zone.
So how come there wasn't any discussion of a city square in the first A1 zone UZDP?
The location of those parcels in the A1 zone were the perimeter parcels located adjacent to 225th Street. So this would be the far eastern edge. Those parcels were not adjacent to the location of the green spine as laid out in these various concepts. and it was not a significant portion of the town center A1, as is STCA's development proposal south of Southeast 4th Street.
Okay, so this one is bigger and located in the green spine continuum. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, and just to remind you, I do believe Mr. Maxim testified and discussed that on, what day are we now? Was that Wednesday at 9 a.m.?
Maxim testified Wednesday, yes.
Yes, thank you. And he did discuss this as he was the senior planner on that project.
So let me go back to, you sent me to 21B 95010.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes.
Tell me where in there it, I guess, presents a hierarchy, I guess, identifying that the first significant, I'm not really sure where that's come, that has to set a tone.
Sure, I'm going to start here, and then I am going to we'll be moving through the code to another section. So bear with me. Second sentence of 21B 95010 purpose. The purpose of this process is to ensure that development in these zones proceeds in an orderly fashion with coordinated infrastructure and open space, appropriate intensities and uses, and mutually compatible development in accordance with the adopted town center plan.
Can I ask you a question about that sentence?
Sure.
Before you move on. Does the town center plan address the city square anywhere?
It does not. It does discuss the core mixed use area. The town center infrastructure plan is specific to the town center A1 zone. So the infrastructure plan is an extension of the town center plan. And again, like I mentioned earlier, this was codified in Ordinance 210 293.
Thank you.
So I think what's key from this sentence that I had just read is that that you need to have coordinated infrastructure and open space. And then I'm going to skip through here real quick, and mutually compatible development. So we'll go there. So in this case, again, with STCA's application, with the city's direction that the city square needs to be located between blocks 5 and 6, as addressed in our review comments from March 10th, 2020, the city making that direction is we know that city square will be adjacent to the Lower Commons Park. That is coordinated infrastructure and open space. So you are creating, sorry, it is getting to the end of the day on a Friday. I may have lost my words here. Give me a second. You're starting to establish this network with the Lower Commons and the city square. The city square is, again, reading the primary zone design guidelines for the primary zone. It is meant to be a large public open space. It is meant to facilitate events, markets. It's a high pedestrian area. The lower Sammamish Commons and the Sammamish Commons as a whole. This is the center. This is the civic center of the city. This is where the city hosts the 4th of July or 4th on the Plateau and other events. These are two compatible open spaces that really do work well together. And again, with Sdca submitting a proposal for South to Southeast 4th, this was direction the city was confident in giving. Now, I did promise to take you to another code section, and let me find that real quick, that just talks about that hierarchy of spaces. So 21B 30090. This is the site planning and open space design. Let me finish this one. Let's see here. Site planning open space requirements for the town center subarea. I am looking at subsection 1 and the intent and explanation of terms.
What's the code section?
21B, yes, 21B 30090.
090. Thank you.
Yep, in subsection 1.
And is it just the main section? Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry, you're just in the main section of 1?
Yes, exactly. So it starts with the intent and explanation of terms. Okay, great. So Sammamish Town Center Plan Policy, and that OS stands for Open Space 1, calls for a hierarchy of interconnected public and private open spaces ranging from an active town centralized plaza or town square to less formal gather areas and quiet residential courts and natural open spaces. And then this code subsection then directs you to 21B 3160, which are some of those finer details, and that sets the standard for different types of open space. So the city square is a public open space. It is a it includes pedestrian-oriented space as well. And really my point of bringing you to this section is that it does call for a hierarchy. And again, as the first major development coming into the Town Center A1 zone, this application really sets that hierarchy by including the city square as depicted in Composite 1 of the Town Center Infrastructure Plan.
So in this subsection 1 here, where does it talk about hierarchy of the UZDP, the various UZDPs that could come in?
This section of code, or where I'm referencing here, is applicable to all of the town center, including UZDPs.
Okay.
So as I interpret this is applicable to a UZDP. I don't think it needs to be cited that it's specific to UZDP. This is for the town center subarea.
So let's go to that open space, town center policy, open space 1, if we could, that you've just referenced us to. That goal.
Okay, give me a second to get there.
Now where are you going?
I'm sorry?
Now where are you going?
Town center plan.
Oh,
Goal
back to
OS1.
the TCP. Goal which?
OS1, open space 1.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Give me a second. I need to get my town center.
Yeah, goal OS1 is going to be on what page? Someplace after 53. It's going to be 60, be about 64, I think. Let's see. Yes. Goal OS1 is on Bates page 60 or PDF page 64.
I'm sorry, and I'm looking at just the plan. I apologize. It's page 60 on my document, but I printed it just from the website, so.
There are prefatory pages. Prefatory pages.
I keep forgetting to
So
add those.
just add 4 to whatever the page number is, and you've got the PDF page number.
Got it. Thank you. Ms. Hildy, are you there?
I am.
Okay. So do you see 4 policies following that goal?
I do.
And do you see policy OS 13?
I do.
And that seems to address the master plans for each of the mixed use nodes?
It does.
Okay. And that simply tells at least me, the reader, there needs to be publicly accessible open space, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then do you see OS 1.2?
Yes.
The city should complete development of the commons to serve as the primary civic focus for the city. So
Yes.
wouldn't a primary civic focus in the commons be consideration first of accommodating the city square on the notch before considering locating anywhere else further away from the commons?
Open space goal or in policy 1.2 does not go to that level of detail you just provided.
Agreed. Does anything preclude the city from finishing its work under that goal and finishing consideration of the primary civic focus of the town center plan?
Objections to the form of the question. It's a two-part question, but only asking for one answer apparently, as if it's not a two-part question. And besides that, these questions are asking the witness to accept or not accept interpretations that Sdca counsel is offering. Those can be offered in briefing. The colloquy is not advancing the discussion.
I would disagree with that, but I will withdraw the question. I think I've made my point.
Thank you.
Thank you. One other. So there is other zoning, by the way, under the town center plan. There's zones D and E, correct?
That is correct.
And do you have any idea as to why the city didn't zone sort of more north in that central area? Why the city didn't extend zone D up in that area?
Objection.
Sustained.
Zoning.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're asking a policy question that's totally why the council chose to draw lines the way they did. I can do nothing about it. It's inappropriate at this level.
I understand. Thank you. It's a little tricky to get to some of these concepts as we're talking about code and going back and forth on it. Let me turn your attention, if I can, back to the TCIP, if I can figure out where I put my copy now. And I think we agreed there are various concepts in here, but what I'd like to take a look at here. Oh my goodness, I am really sorry, all of you. I meant to refer us to the TCP. Very confusing between the infrastructure plan and the regular plan, but I'm staying with the TCP.
And I had just unloaded the TCP to load.
I'm sorry. Oh my goodness.
If we're all in a good mood, I'll tell you that's strike two. So, what page would you like us to look at?
Let's start with page 111.
Page 111. That I think will be 115.
Oh, 115 on the PDF.
On the PDF version, the online version, I think. Let's see. Section 5, implementation. Yes. Page
Yes.
PDF 115.
And if we could go down 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs.
The one that begins infrastructure will be funded.
Correct.
Okay.
You see that paragraph, Ms. Hildy?
I do see that.
Okay. Do you see the central clause saying the city will pay for those elements where the general public enjoys the benefits?
I do.
Okay. And you testified earlier, somewhere in all my notes, that you had, I guess you seemed to express frustration, I guess, that the developer was indicating it wanted to understand if the city was going to provide any contribution to the city square. So my question to you is, did you ever address the comments in the implementation section of the town center plan in your review of this UZDP?
I believe I addressed a question from Stca relative to page 111 of the town center plan that referenced this sentence. Again, that's the June 1st meeting we had with Stca.
Do you know what exhibit that you're referring to?
I am looking for my decision here. Oh, here we go. I got to find the right page.
That would be June 1st of 2020.
2020. Do you believe that's exhibit? I'm sorry, my eyes. 34.
And are you directing me, I presume you're directing me to the first question, number 1?
Yes, and I'm reading. Again, I was going off memory, so give me a second here to refresh my memory.
So, Ms. Koloshkova, you're suggesting that she should be looking at Bates page 2?
Actually, the witness brought this exhibit up, so I'm asking her.
Yes, this is page. Looking. Yes, this is page 2. I do apologize, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I was going off memory that we addressed this during the June 1st, 2020 meeting. So page 2 of exhibit 34. I just wanted to read these notes real quick to make sure my memory is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, my memory is incorrect. I did not address in our, this was not addressed in the meeting minutes.
Okay, and in fact, it does seem
on page 2 of Exhibit 4. So I apologize for that.
No problem, but I appreciate you pointing that out because it does seem to have a pretty lengthy city responses to the different conceptual locations of a city square, yes?
Yes. As a reminder, this was in response to Stca's preliminary or initial application, which showed the city square on the city property.
Oh, I guess I'd like to check on that because this is a June 1, 2020 meeting, which would have been after the application was submitted, correct?
Yes, and in that initial application, Stca proposed the city square on the city property. These were questions based on our March 10th, 2020 review comments, and we were in this, in our response to their question, we were reminding Stca, and this is a conversation that was had, is that you cannot locate that city square on city property without a agreement. And at the time that we were reviewing their application, they did not have that agreement. So just providing some context of what these meeting notes were addressing.
Okay. So, and you comment here, so there's different potential conceptual locations along Southeast 4th Street. So then didn't Stca come back and suggest a potential location along Southeast 4th Street with its resubmittal?
They did, but again, that question is out of context because of our notes were referring to their March 10th review comments, and I will just repeat myself, where they had located on the city square. In our review comments from March 10th, we did tell them to locate it between blocks 5 and 6. This statement was to address the town center infrastructure plan and what it stated. In no way did we say, it's up to, no way did we kind of overrule what our initial review comment was from March 10th. So again, just providing some more context to this conversation.
So I guess in June, when you're saying there's different potential conceptual locations, would that be like then along somewhere along a continuum of southeast, of the south side of Southeast 8th? Or I guess what you're telling me in March, you said it can only be between blocks 5 and 6, but then you're telling me in June, there are different potential conceptual locations. So I'm trying to rectify these guidance documents. Can you help me with that?
Yes, I can. The question that we were discussing during, or as a part of that conversation, and the question from Stca was that yes, the town center infrastructure plan does show different conceptual potential concepts. But our March 10th, and again, this is the conversation in the meeting, our March 10th comments still stand that as the first development within the TCA1 zone, we want to see the city square, or we're directing you, again, per our March 10th review comments, to locate that south of Southeast 4th.
Okay, and again, where is that requirement in code or in the town center? Well, okay, we've been over this. I'll move on. So did you do any analysis as part of this application of the project's impacts and what the relationship of the impacts of this project would be to require the developer to, I guess, build and provide this public open space of a city square?
Objection. The question to clarify, or it's not clear. Are we talking about SEPA, or what is meant by impact? We know there wasn't a SEPA determination.
Clarify, please.
Sure. Did you do, well, are you familiar with the idea of tying any requirements for public improvements to the impacts of a development?
No.
You're not familiar with that? Okay.
I am not familiar with that.
Fair enough. Okay, so you did not do any review in that respect?
No.
Okay. Okay, couple, Mr. Galt has pointed out to me that I think I'm notorious. I say I have 2 more questions and I actually have 4. So I just.
Or more. Or more.
Or more. You know, I'm really sorry about that to both Mr. Eglick and Mr. Galt. I do not ever mean to mislead you on that. I am, I'm trying to change the habit, I swear. By the way, you provided testimony as to this video, kind of like a gray and brown concept video. Do you happen to know, were any landowners, any of the underlying property owners consulted in that video? In putting that video?
I do not know.
You don't know?
No.
You were not there, right, when that video was created?
Was I out on site when that video was created? Is that the question?
Were you, no, that was a silly question of mine. Were you part of the group that created that video?
I was not.
And do you, I don't want to pull that video up again. Do you happen to recall if that video was created before or after the city had done its reconstruction of Southeast 4th?
I believe that video was completed before the Southeast 4th Street improvements.
Okay. And did anyone ever purport to purport that video was anything more than a conceptual idea for the town center?
Objection. Asking this witness about
No, you're right.
whether anyone ever purported is a bit much.
Ms. Cindy, did you purport that video is anything more than a conceptual, than a concept for a town center?
Can you restate that? Or just clarify what you're asking me?
Is that video?
If I can interject, the witness has said she had nothing to do with making it. Okay. If I recall, I don't even remember right now which witness introduced the thing, but we had a fair amount of testimony as it was being introduced about its purpose and what have you. My recollection is that it was done way early in this town center planning process as a what in another life I would have called a happy snap to make the generals happy.
Yeah.
To give them an idea of what this whole thing might be.
I would agree with you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. If Stca had applied for a UZDP that shows City Square north of Southeast 4th, would that change your analysis as to the early, needing to set an early tone with this UZDP?
I can't answer that. Stca did not submit an application that included what we require to evaluate this city square north of southeast for the information was lacking. So they didn't submit an application. It's hard for me to answer that question. Actually, no, I cannot.
Isn't that because, as Mr. Powell testified, the city's been under moratorium?
Wait a minute. An application was submitted. The application was reviewed and denied. Asking Ms. Hildy to comment on whether Stca would have submitted another application for north of 4th, or whether it was prevented by the moratorium or a moratorium, I think that's completely out of the field of what we're here to discuss and decide.
I completely disagree
so I object.
with that. And Ms. Hildy testified that she needed to set an early tone.
I understand, but this application, the maximum scope of this application was established by the Memorandum of Understanding that the city and Stca entered into, and I think it was 2018 or thereabouts. And that MOU had nothing shown above 4th. So that could not possibly have been an option under the MOU.
Understood, Mr. Examiner, but Ms. Hildy testified her concern is she wants to make sure that these different pieces of the infrastructure are being provided for in the A1 zone. And the applicant's put in an impossible position if on the one hand they're being told you need to make sure you're providing this, but on the other hand they're saying it's not enough.
Now you're making legal argument, which you can do in the 30 pages of closing later.
All right, thank you very much. Did the MOU, did you review the MOU, Ms. Hildy?
I did.
Okay, does that require a city square as a component of this UZDP?
Do we want to have the witness perhaps be directed to an exhibit rather than asked to recite the content by memory of one of the gazillion exhibits that we have in this record?
Fair point. Ms. Hildy.
It's exhibit 7, isn't it? Isn't it 7?
I believe that's correct.
Give me a minute.
Exhibit 7.
It's kind of scary that I'm actually starting to remember exhibit numbers that go with things. A little frightening where the brain's going here on Friday afternoon. There's that. And just to speed this topic along, it looks like green spine issues start on page 2. They may be elsewhere, but that's where it looks to me like it starts. Down at the bottom.
So can you repeat your question again so I make sure I answer it correctly?
Well, I had asked you if you, well, at the time I had asked you if you had recalled whether the MOU had addressed City Square at all. And then we went and looked at the document. So I suppose, Mr. Examiner, rather than making the witness read the whole document and then reciting what it says, the document can speak for itself at this point. I was, again, mistakenly trying to move us along.
Not an unreasonable thought.
So, Ms. Hildy, do you want to supplement your answer at all, or should we let the document just speak for itself?
Actually, I do want to supplement the answer. The green spine, that is under C, subsection 1. The Town Center Area Plan and the Town Center Infrastructure Plan locates this green spine within the TCA1 zone or the core mixed-use area of the Town Center. and all parties will endeavor to reach an agreement regarding the width and types of uses to be included in the green spine. I would like to remind Council that the green spine is made up of 3 zones: the primary, secondary, and neighborhood transition.
Okay, thank you.
And the primary zone is the city square.
But you did not actually talk about it in the MOU, was my question.
It refers to the green spine, and the green spine is further defined in the TCIP. So
Okay. Thank you.
I think
Great.
we can draw our conclusions there.
Agreed. Okay, last couple questions. One more time, I'd like to look at the town center plan.
Now, TCP or TCIP?
TCP.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my goodness. Panic. Document page 115, PDF page 119. Did I get that right?
Yes. Well, at least the number relationship's the same. But my copy ends at document page, what did you say, document page what?
Document page 115.
115, yes. I found it. And that would be 119 on the PDF version.
Ms. Hildy, are you there?
I am.
Okay. Do you see at the top of the page, purchase land and begin planning the green spine?
On page 115, I assume you're referring to number 3?
Yes. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
And do you see the lead party is Public Works with Planning and Parks?
I do.
Okay, so in your roles with Planning and Parks, do you know if the city has purchased land and begun planning and done, I guess, any land purchases towards planning the green spine?
I am not aware that that has happened, no.
Okay. Can you turn to page 102? Just PDF page 106.
I want to make sure I'm looking at the right page number. Can you tell me the page number in the town center plan, the plan page number?
The plan page is 102.
102, thank you.
Yeah, I'm using those same
Okay.
pages. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, I appreciate it.
Do you see at the bottom an open space acquisition of $4 million?
I do.
Is that an acquisition process that the Parks Department would normally be involved with?
They would.
And do you know if there has been any open space acquisition so far for the town center plan?
I cannot tell you. I do not know the answer to that, no.
But the city's position with respect to this UZDP is that it does not intend then to contribute any city funds towards any sort of public infrastructure for the city square. Is that right?
Objection. I think that misstates the testimony and it's argumentative.
All right, I will
Thank you.
rephrase it differently. I apologize.
Thank you.
Does the city intend to, do you have any information as to whether the city intends to provide any financial or I guess, any contribution towards public infrastructure for the city square?
That is at the discretion of our city council, and to date, I have not heard that our city council has given that direction.
Okay, and I believe you testified that that was a concern on your end, that Stca was asking about that during the application, right?
They were alluding to a decision that is, again, like I said, city council's direction.
Okay. Do you know what the Notch property is being used for currently?
Yes, it's currently being used as a maintenance facility.
Do you know which department?
I should know this answer, but I don't. I'm not sure if that's used by Public Works maintenance or Parks maintenance, but it is the maintenance department.
So you talked about setting a tone, and I guess I'm wondering what kind of tone does that set when we've got
Objection.
going right next door?
Objection.
Abstained.
Withdrawn. And I'm going to finish
May
my
I,
questions there.
may I just say that asking questions that are patently objectionable and then withdrawing them after we go do the merry-go-round is eating up the clock on a Friday afternoon. It's very wearying, and I just leave it at that, but I wanted to make that point. Thank you.
I'm done with my cross.
Thank you. I think I have maybe 3 or 4 questions that I'd like to ask, and I think we can get them done in 15 minutes. I hope. First one I hope is easy. Way back at the beginning of your testimony, you talked about the city council 2s and 3s meetings.
Yes.
I don't remember whether you said what year those occurred in. That's all I'd like to know. What year were those 2s and 3s meetings?
2018.
Thank you. One down. I think I asked, in fact, I know I asked Mr. Pyle this question, and if I recall correctly, he sort of said, well, I think a certain thing, but you better ask Ms. Hildy. My question was, is a UZDP required in any town center zone other than the A zone?
There is a provision in 21B, I believe it is.
You mean
Give
the
me
one
a second here.
where you can glue B zone property onto?
Yeah, where you can include a B zone, and then there are some, considerations. But it really is for the TCA 1 zone. But yes, you can include a B zone in a UZDP application.
It's not just for A1, right?
No, it's for all the A zones.
The plateau was what, the A3 or something like that zone? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. This is a little harder one. There is discussion, and I don't want to go back and try and find where it is now, but I think these numbers will be commonly understood. Sdca proposed something on the order of 82,000 square feet of commercial space in this UZDP, and there was something like 100,000 was the maximum that they could have. I don't remember. Is the 100,000 the maximum for the A1 zone south of 4th? Or is the 100,000 square feet the maximum available commercial in all of the A1 zone? Or is it neither of them?
It's neither. The 100,000 is what was agreed upon in the MOU between the city and Stca.
So there is a pot of commercial availability for the A1 zone north of 4th?
Yes, there's remaining commercial space for the TCA1 zone north of 4th East Street. North of Southeast 4th Street. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I'm stumbling on my words.
And you'll note that I'm just shortening the street name to just 4th.
Yeah.
And all of the niceties that go with it. Now, the city would like, am I right? The city would like to see fewer townhomes, more mixed use, including along 224th. And I'm doing the same, skipping all of the north, south, east, and west stuff. Is that right?
Can you repeat your question? I want to make sure I'm answering.
The city would like to see fewer townhomes and more mixed use along 224th.
That is correct.
And the current proposal has 82,000 square feet of commercial already used up,
yes,
which leaves 18,000 square feet of commercial left over. Does the city think that that could fill blocks 3 and 4? Or with the current layout, are we running into a situation where there's not enough commercial to have viable mixed use in all of blocks 3 and 4 if you've only got 18,000 square feet of commercial left to play with?
That's a hard question for me to actually answer because mixed use or that commercial space, you can have a mixed use building, like say an apartment complex, right? With on the ground floor with a lobby and service area. And then you can have a 4,000 square foot coffee shop or whatever. Whatever that looks like, that's still mixed use. There's some really good examples of that in Redmond. I think that there is definitely options to include that 18,000 square feet for sure. How that's organized would depend on, the application doing so.
I write notes and I look at them half an hour later and it's like, what did I write? I'm going to skip that one. Everybody has been talking for most of the hearing when talking about where the city wants to see the city square put, using the terminology between blocks 5 and 6. It seems to me, as I think of the size of the city square that's mentioned in some of the documents, that one of the planning documents that talks about it being on the order of 300 feet on the side.
Mm-hmm.
That is blocks 5 and 6, isn't it? So when we say between blocks 5 and 6, what's the image that's in your mind when you say it? I guess that's probably the fairest question I can ask, is what's in your mind when you say between blocks 5 and 6?
Yeah, what we've been directing Stca in our review comments about how to measure that space aligns with the minimum and maximum widths that are described under the primary, and I'm turning to the page right now, primary open space development guidelines on page 18 of the town center infrastructure plan. So that would be minimum 40 and maximum 200. I do believe there is an exhibit, and I would need some help locating this, where I do draw that out. And it was part of, I want to say, the June 1st meeting, where I did demonstrate or show Sdca how they could achieve that. And again, we have been referring to those dimensional standards under the primary zone identified in the town center infrastructure plan. And I can find that exhibit if you'd like.
They now have a proposal with those two opposing C-shaped, and I'll make my hands there, those two opposing C-shaped buildings that, if I recall correctly, they would argue meets that notion of not less than 40, an average of 120. It's what, 180 feet or something across. But I don't think they're proposing that that's a concert venue or a big farmer's market venue. And I don't think that's what you folks are talking about when you say city square. You're looking for a bigger hunk of open space, aren't you?
We're looking for a space, like I said, that is further described again as the primary open space of the green spine, and as that's described again on page 18 with those dimensions. So again, it starts on actually page 17, open space, trails, and public facilities, primary open space intent. And yeah, it does give those dimensional standards, also paving, seeding, trees, and planting. So that has been what we've been directing Sdca to do, is to take this and put it between blocks 5 and 6. I hope I'm answering your question, but
community development does or does not see that space between the buildings, the C-shaped buildings in 5 and 6, as serving as the community square. You do or you do not?
We do not see it as designed by Sdca.
It needs to be what? Bigger?
It does need to be bigger, yes.
And if it's bigger, then unless the streets move, the buildings get skinnier, right? Or is the city suggesting that maybe there should be no buildings between the square and 224th and 225th, and that the buildings wrap around it on the outside? Is that, you just want to think of the reality of the blocks and where the intersections are, and
how that would impact the building side and how it encroaches into that space. You know, I can't say, because I haven't seen that space, that primary space in those dimensions on the site plan. So I don't know if it works or not, because I have not seen that. Sdca did not provide that in their application materials.
Okay, thank you. It's 4:54. I presume that, Mr. Eglick, you're going to want to have some redirect. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Ms. Hildy, I presume you can come back Monday?
I can.
Very good. Unless there is other business to transact, I propose that we recess for the weekend. Ms. Yoshkova.
Question as to Monday. So we start with then public comment.
We start with public comment at 9. Each citizen will get up to 5 minutes. Time is not accumulable, et cetera, can't be traded. And I know you two know what I mean by that, but for any other folks who are hanging on with us here and wonder what that means, it means that 6 people can't get up and each one say, I yield my time to Mr. Joe over here. And then Mr. Joe gets up and says, now I've got 35 minutes. You can't do that. So we'll do that. And then when we're through with the folks who have come to testify, we will go back to redirect with Ms. Hildy. Ms. Schaff sent me an email last night indicating that she has received, at least as of the time she sent me the email, one citizen letter or comment or email. She didn't say what it was. And she wondered what I would be doing with them if they came in and how we would handle them. And my response to her in an email late last night was, if we were doing this there at City Hall, people would sign in, and I would call names from the list in the order that they'd signed in. We obviously can't do that. And that if people submitted documents, then we would mark them as exhibits at the time. And if the parties wanted a chance to look at them afterwards, we could make that available. So what I said to her was, we'll do the best we can. And I think all I can do on the order of calling is to look at the screen as the names array on my little thumbnail pictures of everybody. And when 9 o'clock comes, I'll ask those persons who wish to testify to please turn on their video. And then I can call people who have pictures up. If I want to be real conservative, I can just go across the line and just ask everybody, do you wish to testify? I'll skip those people that I know for sure are principal parties and their witnesses. And the rest of them will just ask, do you wish to testify? And then each one will get 5 minutes. If they want to turn something in, my guidance to them is going to be to email it to Ms. Schaff. And we'll get her business email given at the start of the meeting. Things can be emailed. And we'll assign exhibit numbers to them. I'll put them in as administrative exhibits. I won't attribute them to either of the parties. And I think that's about the best way we can do it. And I have no idea whether we'll have a lot of folks who want to testify or a handful. So, and I know you folks know, and again, for any members of the public who are listening still today, this is an appeal hearing. This is not a hearing to decide whether the town center is a good idea or a bad idea. This is not a hearing to decide whether the provisions of the A1 zone are good provisions or bad provisions. It's solely a question of, did the city act appropriately? Well, the city did community development act appropriately in denying STCA's application? And so if people start waxing off on they don't like the town center, or they wish it were bigger or denser or less dense, I will be stopping them as politely as I can. But that's a policy issue, legislative in nature, totally inappropriate here. And I'll try to do the best I can to keep it to that. Okay? All righty. It is 4:59 p.m. We are recessed until 9 o'clock Monday morning. You will use the same GoToMeeting code numbers, whatever you call them, password to get in Monday morning that we've been using. Since this is a recess that is to a date, time, and manner certain, there's no requirement for public notice, nor will any be given. Have a great weekend, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.